particular branch, we know that the whole path, then we know that a set of storage that we need to get in, then, but we also have like different state that we generate with the core chain, then we can actually combine this different state together by re-executing the core chain in order to generate a more diverse state. Yep. And then the next thing is actually think about diversity concept. So is that a lot of things we need to manipulate the state. Even I get into upscale, how do we trigger the particular vulnerability? You can think of this as like two things: constraint optimization, or like and then like constraint generation. When we get into the path, we can actually generate different constraint. Some other fuzzers, they actually do it, but like they assume the linearity problem. So we can only like keep doing like basically fuzzing, and then when we bypass it, we can actually record the value, and those kind of things can be used to help for the constraint. The next thing is actually think about given this constraint, how do we actually extend the state base, and then pretty much like it's running an optimization problem that we can actually do. So the third layer is actually thinking about like the GPU, so GPU execution. The high level idea is, so basically you can think of like when we put in a smart contract, and then that will be like a byte, we transform it into a basically GPU parallelizer code and then execute on the GPU. You can see like one of the first, like one of the academic paper they do it. Yep. So this is basically my solution, and there was some further discussion. Then I mean, time is up, and then feel free to come to me, and then there will be like a lot of different questions that we actually can talk about. Like, and yeah, I mean, time is up, and then reference list, and just come and talk to me. Yeah, sorry for speaking that fast. Thank you. Yeah, the time is good. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the talk. It was pretty good. I wanted to ask you, when you're thinking about fuzzing, and sometimes based on resources, because I read we still do not have quantum fuzzing, like, and we have like infinite paths to. What are some key points or some key ideas you use to guide the fuzz test? Maybe bound certain values that you think, or path that would lead to certain bugs. What are some, how do you say, key techniques, that you think about, like, okay, I think like if I take the zero value, like it's probably you have set to zero, set to the upper limit, or, try to get it to the edges probably.
Yep,
what are some techniques? Or
I think the core technique, I was talking about the distance metrics when we look at the compression opcode. So the opcode, they will have like greater than, less than, or storage greater than something. Yeah. And in the source code, we write it balance greater than something. Then we know that compression opcode guiding us that even if we start from 1 million, then the compression opcode is actually telling us we just greater than 1. And then we know that the distance is actually from million to 1. Then we know we can actually either increase or decrease. We decrease it and see the distance, whether it's closer. Then if is it closer, then we keep going this direction. So this is like some core technique that I think that guiding the fuzzer to do it.
Yeah, it's like, sorry if I keep talking, it's like something used in finance, that it's like the less amount of tries, like that you see, okay, I have 3 tries to determine something, like, and you go like, I don't know, in a 100 store floor that you would test the 9, the 29, and something like that. It's, yeah, I get the idea. Yeah. Sorry, then I will ask you. No worries.
Yeah. I think that's good. Any other question? Feel free. Yep. Thank you very much. I mean, feel free to actually talk to me. And yeah, I mean, like the whole presentation is really for facilitating discussion. And that's the purpose of why we actually hold DSS maybe. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks again. And now we have a lunch break. So if you want to talk to the speaker, it's a perfect time. And we will be back at 1 p.m.
¿Tenés todos los mics ahí? Porque si tenés todos los micrófonos.
Sí. power of your mic, you just switch it over. Perfect. Did you update them recently? I sent them to Telegram and emailed them. So. Okay, then my guess is they have them. We can go then and check with them if it's the latest version and everything is okay. Okay.
Should we check if the slides are working or like?
I think it should be fine. They mentioned everything is fine, but we can go to like once we get kicked off, we can go and check with the team to ensure everything is fine.
See you later.
So, yeah. Okay. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Everyone can hear me okay. Everyone has had lunch and we're good. Okay, that's very good to hear. Well, welcome to the afternoon session. My name is Santiago Paladino. I work at Aztec. I'll be the host for this session on math and zero knowledge. And we're getting started with Jeffrey Schultz. Did I pronounce it correctly?
I'm sorry?
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, awesome. On understanding math-heavy code, the idea of the talk will be basically to stop being afraid on math code and have the understandings needed in order to actually be able to review and audit and follow that code. And in particular, Jeffrey is going to pick on a piece of code from Uniswap v3 for that. Jeffrey?
All right, thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, so today we're going to be reading this code. All right, cool. Based on a few reactions, it sounds like we're going to have fun. Okay, now, let me just say that obviously every math library is different. The whole point of this talk is just to talk about how can we turn a big scary problem like this into something that's manageable, because every big problem can be solved by making it smaller. So the whole point of this talk is just to talk about strategies for how to look at a big math routine and see how can I figure this out bit by bit versus just reading the code and feeling overwhelmed. So first, where do these math-heavy functions come from? Well, most of the time when you encounter a heavy math library like this, it's because there's some gap in Solidity's capabilities that the authors were trying to fill in. So for example, if you use Rust, you can just do F32 log2, and then you have your logarithm right there, and it'll give you a float back. But you don't get that in Solidity, or if you try to raise a number to a fractional power, you can't do that. So that is where these things tend to come from. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to give two seemingly obvious pieces of advice, but as I've helped people walk through these things, it actually doesn't seem that obvious, and then I'll get into the more intricate strategies. All right, so the first thing when looking at a math code is you don't really want to read it like a regular code, right? Okay, I'm just trying, as these lines execute, this is how the state changes, and one thing happens after another. It's much easier to read a code base if you already know what it's trying to do, and math is not an exception to that. You want to know the formula that it's trying to implement and what size of numbers that it's expecting to receive as inputs and give back as outputs. So do I have that here? No. But so let's go back to here. What is this even trying to do in the first place? Well, luckily, unlike a lot of other math routines, they give the formula on top over there. We're computing 1.001 raised to the tick square root multiplied by 2 to the 96. All right, so why is it multiplied by 2 to the 96? Well, because you don't have fractions in Solidity, right? So what do we do in order to capture the value of the fractions? We use what's called scaling factors, kind of like how Ether, everything happens in multiples of 10 to the 18. Right, 1 ether is 10 to the 18, and half an ether is 0.5 times 10 to the 18, which is still encodable as an integer. So since this square root of 1.001 raised to an integer is going to be not an integer, most likely, then we need a scaling factor in order to make sure that the decimals don't disappear. Okay, I'm not gonna. If you don't already know how Uniswap v3 works, honestly, don't worry about it. It's not actually relevant here. We just want to compute this formula, and trust me, bro, it's important. But if you already know, this won't surprise you. Okay, so that's understanding the intent, which means we looked at the formula. And the other thing I would say is, okay, we looked at something that was dealing with square roots, right, and fractional exponents. Chances are you haven't worked with algebra in a long time unless this is something you deal with on a daily basis. So it's good to bring back to the top of your mind, hey, what are the rules of dealing with exponents? We're actually going to see that today. What are the rules of dealing with logarithms, if that's what your code base happens to be doing? because without that fresh in your memory, it's going to be a little bit hard to follow. It just makes your life harder, obviously. The other thing I would say is fixed point numbers, if you're not already familiar with them, that's probably the first thing I would learn if you're diving into the world of more intricate DeFi mathematics. So I guess the fixed point number is we multiply all of our numbers by 10 to the 18 in order to capture the decimal portion. Another common thing is we don't multiply it by 10 to the 18, but we multiply it by some power of 2. Like 2 to the 96 is what we saw here. Now, why might we do that? Well, because multiplying and dividing by a power of 2 can be done with bit shifting, which is more gas efficient. So when you use the power of 2, that will tend to be called a Q number. But a Q number and a fixed point number are the same thing. Okay, let's talk about intelligent sub-goals. The first one is, okay, all of this scary stuff over here is probably not where we should start. Because we look at it, then there's going to be spirals inside of our eyes. But if we look inside of the purple boxes here, it's actually really not that hard to tell what's going on. Right? So they even have a nice variable that's saying this is an absolute value. And honestly, if you look at that, it's not hard to tell that that is in fact an absolute value. Right? If it's negative multiplied by -1, otherwise return the original one. And then obviously this is some security check to make sure that's in range, no problem there. This one might be a little bit interesting. But note that when we have the ratio, we're taking the reciprocal of it. We had the ratio, and then now it's in the denominator, so we're taking some kind of an inverse. Okay. Now, why are we not doing 1 over ratio? Well, we cannot do 1 over ratio because ratio is going to be bigger than 1, and if you do 1 over something bigger than 1 in solidity, you get 0 back because it rounds down, right? So this is accounting for the scaling factor, but over here we can say if the tick is bigger than 0, then we're going to compute 1 over the tick. Okay, so that might mean we have to be conscientious that there's a reciprocal going on somewhere. And over here, the comments are actually telling us what this code does, but remember how I talked about it, you can bit shift by 32, which is more gas efficient. Well, that's what they're doing. And they say, we go from a 128 to a 96. Well, that just means we went from fixed point numbers that have a scaling factor of 2 to the 128 to a scaling factor of 2 to the 96. And you can tell that because it's right shifting, so it's reducing the size of it. What does that tell us? Okay, well now we know that if this is transforming a Q128 to a 96, these must all be fixed point numbers with a scaling factor of 128, which kind of makes sense. There's these 128s floating around there. Okay, so that gives us an important clue. At least we know the scale of the numbers that we're dealing with. The other thing that we can look for, I didn't actually call this a strategy here, is that it's probably very hard to detect the pattern in these big numbers over here, but it's a little bit more obvious what's going on inside of these purple boxes. Anyone recognize what's going on there? Yeah, so they're powers of 2, right, in hexadecimal. So that's interesting. All right, so we're going to trigger something based on a power of 2 condition. All right, now how does this relate to square roots and 1.001 raised to the 96 and all this stuff? Okay, we don't know, but the nice thing is we're making tangible progress. We've figured out bits and pieces of the code, and hopefully we get a connection as time goes by. Okay, because this, if ABS tick and 0x2 or ABS tick and 0x1, okay, that keeps repeating. It's probably worth figuring out what that does. Well, this is just a bit manipulation trick. It's saying if the first bit, the least significant bit in the number is 1, and you end it with 1, it's going to be 1, and 1 is not equal to 0. So that means it's going to return true. What this means is that this is just detecting if a bit is 1 inside of the number. So this detects if the first bit is 1, this detects if the second bit is 1, this detects if the third bit is 1, because the binary representation of 4 is 1, 0, 0. The binary representation of 8 is 1, 0, 0, 0. And so forth and so on. All right, so ABS tick and 0x2 returns zeros and 1 at the second bit if it's 1. So if it's not equal 0, that will trigger. Okay, so we know we're doing something with bits. We know we're doing something with scaling factors. We know there's a reciprocal and some absolute value, but that still doesn't tell us how we're computing the square roots. Okay, now one way to kind of get your foot in the door and figure out, hey, I need to at least get a sense of what's going on here, even though I understand little itty-bitty pieces of it, is let's test out the easy cases. Like we know that the square root of 0 is supposed to be 0, for example, right? We also know we're not exactly computing the square root of 0. We're computing square root of 1.001 raised to the tick multiplied by 2 to the 96. But anything raised to the 0th power is 1, which we would know because we brushed up on our algebra before studying this, right? But the square root, so some number raised to 0 is 1, and then the square root of 1 is still 1. So we know that this whole thing is supposed to output 2 to the 96 at the end, if this formula is being implemented correctly. So we know what the correct answer is. Now we just have to figure out how does the code go about accomplishing getting that correct answer. Well, since we know 1 is supposed to be the output, or 2 to the 96, which is the scaling factor of 1, is supposed to be the output, well, luckily we do in fact see 1 over there, right? That's 1. I'm not going to count the zeros for you, but you will actually see that that's 1 times 2 to the 28. But it would be very boring if I counted. But you could plug it into Python, get the string length, do it that way, because counting it by hand is a bit painful. Right, OK, so and under what conditions do we get our answer to become 1? Well, that's when the that's when none of the bits are set, right? So here we get 1, and here we get this is not going to trigger because tick 0 is not greater than 0. So all we're going to do is just take this number and then shift it to the right by 32 bits. OK, so that's how we get our correct answer. All right, that was easy. Now, rather than making a, yeah? Wait, sorry. When this is false, yeah.
So the last bit is 0.
Okay, so when ABS, okay, let's say ABS tick is all 0, right? So 0 and some non-zero thing is going to be 0. And 0 is not equal to 0, so it's going to trigger the false condition. So that's when the tick is 0. Now, because we know, we kind of want to avoid this guy over here because he's going to complicate our life. So we say, hey, if I don't want to be thinking in terms of reciprocals, it looks like this is only triggered if we're dealing with non-zero ticks that are 1 or higher, right? So what can we do to make our life easier? Well, let's test out the -1 tick, because -1 is not going to trigger that. We already know what's -1 going to do over here. Well, ABS tick is just going to be 1. It's only going to trigger this branch over here, and then we know down here it's just going to shift it right by 32 bits to correct for the scaling factors. Okay, now let's think, well, what should the answer be? Well, according to our formula, 1.001 raised to the -1 square root of that, multiply that by 2 to the 96, we can do that in Python, or rather 2 to the 128 because we know we're dealing with higher scaling factors right now. And it matches, at least up until we get into later. So the thing is, Python has limited precision unless you force it to be higher. So you can use the decimal library in Python if you wanted to force it to be accurate. But I just want to show this to you because when you first do it in Python, you're like, is my math wrong? Or no, it's Python's wrong. Okay, these are a lot of decimals. Okay, but now we know where these numbers are coming from. So reverse engineering these big constants is a very nice sub-goal to have because you get you understand what the logic behind what the developer was thinking, and it's manageable. Even though we don't understand how the entire code base works yet, we at least got into their thought process for where they generated these large constants. Just by knowing, hey, this is what the correct answer is supposed to be. Here's an intermediate state, and I only have one missing piece of information, so I can triangulate it. So tick 2, the binary representation of 2 is 1, 0, so that's going to trigger the second if statement. And we can compare what we expect the outcome to be versus what we actually have in the code. And aside from the rounding errors, we can see we actually get the answer that we were expecting. All right? Well, that's nice if we're dealing with ticks that only trigger one if statement. But what if there's more than one tick? But first of all, before I do that, let's just talk about all these right shifts by 128 that are happening. All right? If ratio, if you trigger multiple ticks, it's going to keep multiplying these big numbers together. And you're going to very rapidly hit overflow as we multiply, right? So what it's doing is saying, hey, these numbers are scaled up by 2 to the 128. When you multiply two numbers together that are scaled up by 2 to the 128, now you're scaled up by 2 to the 256. So you need to divide by 2 to the 128 in order to bring your scaling back down. And that's what right shifting by 128 does. So it's the same as dividing by 2 to the 128. All right. Okay, so let's figure out how does computing the tick for -3 work? Well, first of all, what's the binary representation of 3? Very good, 1, 1, yeah, right. So we know both of these if statements are going to trigger, right? Both the one that checks if the first bit is set and the one that checks if the second bit is set. Which means ratio is going to be set to this big constant over here, and then ratio is going to be multiplied again by this big constant over here, and then scaled back down. All right, so this, now what's the logic behind multiplying these constants together? Well, it's probably not obvious at this point in time, but we know what it should output, right? Because we're supposed to get 1.001 raised to the -3, square root of that multiplied by 2 to the 96. And we can check the expectation versus the outcome. We multiply those two constants together and compare it to actually computing the tick for -3, and we see that aside from the rounding errors, we get what we expect. So we know that this code, if it's dealing with a number that's not a power of 2, it's somehow able to take other powers of 2 and multiply them together to produce the answer that we're looking for. All right, so this is actually what's going on. Again, we need to bring algebra back to the surface because when you have this kind of when you have this arrangement of numbers, you can actually draw a square root over both of these guys, and it looks like the one on the right. And you actually skip some steps here. Sorry. So when you have two square roots, you can multiply them together and bring them under one square root. And then when you multiply two numbers of the same base raised to different exponents, then you can add the exponents together. Okay? So that's what's going on. -1 plus -2 is -3, and we brought them all under the same square root. Maybe a nicer way of thinking about it is square roots are a number raised to the 1/2, so you could think of it as -1/2 plus -2 halves. So yeah, that's that. All right, I'm actually on the last slide now. So what is the code base doing? What's the general pattern? Well, it's looking, hey, if we have a number, say 14, it's going to have a certain binary representation, right? In this case, 1, 1, 1, 1, okay? And since our code is just ratio times ratio times ratio times ratio if a bit is set, then we're just multiplying these pre-computed constants together. So 1.001 to the -14 can be represented as 1.001 raised to the -2 times 1.001 raised to the -4 times 1.001 raised to the -8. All right? So that algorithm actually has a name, which I found one of my colleagues, when I explained this to him, he's like, oh yeah, that's the square and multiply algorithm. I'm like, well, why didn't you say that earlier? I could have just looked that up. So one obvious thing you can do that I didn't mention here is just shove the code into the AI and tell you what answer it gives you, right? I've actually used this as a benchmark for sensing how smart the models are becoming because this is something that they will tend to hallucinate on. But rather than asking it to explain it to you, which it's generally going to do poorly on, at least in recent tests, is say, hey, what algorithm do you think this is implementing? And then I'm going to look that algorithm up. And then I'm going to study that algorithm and then apply it back to the code. Now, you want to ask several different AIs because they might give you some variety in their answers, right? But that can be a helpful starting point. So the algorithm that's being implemented here has an official name called the square and multiply algorithm. But using this technique, I was able to figure out what it was doing before I knew that algorithm existed. So just to summarize, when you're dealing with math, obviously start with what's it trying to do. Don't read it line by line. Write out the math formula, what it's trying to do. Second of all, any relevant math, whether you're dealing with logarithms or exponents, bring that back to your head because we had to deal with raising things to the 0, bringing things under the same square root and things like that. We would not have been able to do that in 18 minutes if that was not fresh off the top of our head. And then the second thing is pick intelligent subgoals. So that usually means picking code paths that are going to trigger as few if statements as possible, and then moving on to figuring out what are these large constants are, and am I able to figure it out while also using the decimal library in Python to not get hit by rounding issues when I'm making estimates. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We're almost on time. Maybe we can have time for one question. If there's one question from the audience. Anyone? Okay. Anyway, if you want to follow up, I encourage you to check. Jeffrey is the founder of Rare Skills, which is a Web3 technical education platform where they deal with precisely this kind of stuff, both math and zero knowledge heavy content. So I encourage you to check it out to learn more. By the way, I had flashbacks on Carmack's code on the inverse square root in the Doom source code. I had like the exact same feeling when you were describing this, like reverse engineering, how they're using like something very, very platform specific in order to derive something that's very, very math heavy. I love the talk. Thank you very much, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Please, round of applause. Okay, next up we have Yanis Deboucher. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that wrong. I'm very, very sorry. Yanis is a security engineer from Chain Security who works on smart contract audits. And well, we have just seen how to model different math constructs using EVM primitives. And now Yanis is going to walk us through how to bound the errors that come from those constructs, from that translation. And in particular, Yanis is going to focus on ERC 4626 vaults. So Yanis, whenever you're ready, guys, please settle, sit down, and please silence. Okay. All good on your end?
Okay, now it's
Okay,
good.
all yours.
Okay, so I'm going to speak about rounding errors, and especially I'm going to speak about how to find the bounds, like how bad can we round down or up. So yes. So first of all, my name is Yanis. I'm a security engineer at Chain Security. I audited a few projects. But anyway, today we're going to discuss. So first, to discuss rounding errors, we're first going to discuss some common patterns, like what's happening, what's going to be the limit, where is it going. Then we're going to discuss the vault share pattern that we can see in 4626 vaults, and then I'm going to show how to prove that we cannot be more far off than expected. And to do this, we're going to use Z3, which we're also going to see what this is. So first, why do we actually care about rounding errors? Well, for me, I care because it happens on all EVM chains. And where on EVM chains, we can mostly only see integer math natively. And this always means that we are rounding down. Well, this also is often quite hard to guess. You can see some formulas, you see some math, as you saw previously, but it's hard to say like, oh, we're going to round down, but then we multiply, then we do something else, then stuff happens, and we actually don't know how far we're going to be. Because when we think, we always think this is going to happen in real values. So when we imagine like 3/2, we can easily imagine 1.5, or we can imagine some stuff, but it's not what's actually going to happen. So if later you multiply, then you're actually really far off. So we're going to see how we can a bit understand things that happen on chain. And also, usually this kind of issue, they wouldn't be flagged by any tools, or even I think AI is quite bad at finding this type of issues. So it's good if we can reason a bit about those. And and last reason, it happens quite often that there is a lot of money which is leaked by this tiny rounding errors. So so what we're going to see is like this kind of patterns, so simple, at the beginning somewhat simple expressions, and the goal is going to be trying to figure out how far can we be from the real value. So we're going to like see this value in Solidity, where when we divide, like for example, if we do like A is 10 and then we divide by 3, well, we should get 3.333 something, but instead we get just 3 and then we multiply. So then we're again like way further away, depending on how big C is. So this is what we're going to try to assess, the difference between those two. And the first one we're going to be looking at is the most basic one we are going to see today, and we're going to ramp up the complexity. So if we have A A divided by B, then you probably all know that the further we can be away is almost 1. Like the worst case we can have is we were trying to reach maybe 3.99999 something. Well, we'll get only 3. So the further we can be away is 3, which is sometimes quite bad, sometimes quite good. But this we can easily resonate about. We know it's going to truncate just the fractional part of the number. Now when we have like the expression we saw before, this one, maybe you also know how it works. In Solidity, if you just write this code, of course it's going to be first A divided by B, and then the times C comes later. So as we said before, the A divided by B, we can be, at most we can have an error of 1. So then we multiply by C, and this error also gets multiplicated, so we can be at most C away from the real value, the value that we have in mind that we expect. So for example, if we were supposed to get 3.99999 something, then imagine C is 4. Well, we expect to get like something like 12, but instead we will get just 9. So then we get a bit further away. So basically, anytime you see like a division, be careful, because you might want to actually maybe do the multiplication before instead, and like reorder the operations to get more precision. But you also have to be careful about overflows and stuff. So there is things. Now imagine we have this and we had D. We could like try to guess if it does anything. It actually doesn't. So like if we add stuff and everything, we don't actually change. It's not going to amplify the rounding error. It's just going to shift it a bit. But it's really multiplication and division we should be careful about in these rounding errors. So now, one which is a bit more complex, and on this one I'm going to spend a bit more time because people usually guess actually the wrong answer for this one. It's maybe not an expression we see every day. We're going to see some expression that we see a bit more later. But so basically, in this one we have A over B, and then we have something a bit similar to before where we had A over B times C. But now instead of the times C, we have times C over D. And in this case, we have C is smaller than D. So we cannot really amplify the error as before, because before we had C, which could be big, and then we really amplify the error. In this one, C over D is simply smaller than 1. So you could guess it's not going to amplify the error at all. And also there is no like issue with the parentheses. We're going to do A divided by B, then we do all this times C, and then we divide everything by D. Otherwise, C divided by D would already be 0, and then this is all 0, right? So there is no brackets error. Interestingly, so then most people say this should actually round down, but we're going to be at most 1 off because we cannot amplify. We have an error of 1, and then we multiply by something smaller than 1. So we just don't amplify the error. Well, actually, it turns out we can actually be two ways off, and this we can see in this example. So in this example, we have like A, which is 5, and we divide by 3, and we get 1. Then we multiply by C, which is 2, and we get 2. And then we divide by D, with it, which is 3, and we get 0. So this is actually a bit more further away than, it's like further, it's more than 1 off from what we expected. It's actually 1.11111, right? So we can actually be really further away than what we expect. Yeah, so this is the kind of things we should worry about when we check the math in a smart contract, because it goes a bit against our intuitions sometimes. And this is also why later I will show how we can prove this kind of a formula. Next, we have the case where C is greater than D. So in that case, we a bit come back closer to what we had with just times C, because now C is greater than D, so we can again amplify the error. So it's good to think about like where we are in the, like if we can figure out how big the numbers are going to be relative to each other, it can help us actually figure out how far the entire formula is going to be from the real valued formula. Yes, and then it turns out that the maximum error that you can get is sealing the C over D plus 1, which you can somewhat maybe, it's a bit similar to what we had before, right, times C, so this is the sealing of C over D, and then the plus 1 also comes from the fact that we could have 2 ways of error in the previous formula. Yes. So now what I want to talk about quickly is, because for now we've been talking only about absolute error. So we're 1 way off, 2 ways off, C ways off. So we can be like a certain number of units off. But what's actually interesting also is how far we can be in terms of percentage. So like, for example, if we have a correct result, like the real value is 8, but we have a computed result of 6, then the absolute error is 2, right? The difference between the two. But if we have like if we speak in terms of relative error, we have like maybe 8 and 6, and then like the difference is like we're off by 25% compared to where we should be. So sometimes we do actually care about 1 way. We cannot be 1 way off, or we want to do something if we're 1 way off. And sometimes we don't care if we are less than 1% off. Maybe 1% off is fine. Maybe not. And now I want to talk about this formula that we often see. And this is the formula which comes from the 4626 vault from OpenZeppelin. So we have like this formula to convert from share to asset. And basically it boils down back to this formula. And this formula we're actually going to compare this time. Because if we were to compare it to the real valued formula, right, we're back to the position A times B divided by C. And this is not really interesting. So we're actually going to compare this formula with the +1 to the A times B divided by C without the +1. So what does rounding do for us when we don't have the +1? So the goal is going to be to compare the real value target of A times B divided by C compared to the OpenZeppelin formula with integer. So what we would have on-chain against what we would have if we just think of a 4626 vault. We usually have in mind this simple formula of A times B divided by C. We have a share of the vault. That's what we own, and that's it. But that's not actually what's happening on-chain. And it's actually quite important to understand this kind of formula and how far can we be off from what we expect. And so the first question I want to ask is like, what is the maximum possible value of the difference? So the absolute error compared to those two formula. And of course, it's going to be quite big in absolute. Like if you have 256 bits of integer, the difference can be quite big. So so I'm going to present like a small difference. This is actually the biggest that you can get with A, B, and C being smaller than 1,000. So it's like we have numbers smaller than 1,000, and we already have an absolute error of 512. So for example, if you take A being 512, B 3, C 1, this might not be numbers that you see every day in a vault, but this is what you can have. Then the real value is going to be 1,536, and the OpenZeppelin formula gives us 1,024. So that's a difference of 512. So if you just think, I have a vault, I have A times B divided by C, you might be far off. So it's actually quite important. And if you think about relative error bounds, it's even worse, because you can actually be 100% off if you take small numbers, of course, because if you have A being 1, B being 1, and C being 4, the real value is 1/4, right? We just have 1 times 1 divided by 4, it's 1/4. The OpenZeppelin formula is going to give you 0, because you do 1 times 4, and then you divide 1 times 1, and then you divide it by 4, then you get 0, it's going to round down, right? So you can be 100% off for small number, and you can be really far for big numbers. Another question is, those two, we actually round down, right? Because we divide, so we round down. This is what you initially think. And the question is, are we correct? Like the real value was 1,500, and we go to just 1,000. This one was supposed to be 1/4. We go to 0, so we round down. But is it always the case? Can we go higher? We have a division where we round down, but we do have some +1s. So can we go higher than the real value? And the answer is actually yes, you can go higher. So this is a bit unexpected when you think about we just round down. But no, actually we have +1s. So if, for example, you take A being, the numbers are a bit less nice. So, but yeah, you can verify the math, right? If you take A being 189, B1, C20, the real value you should get is 9.45, and the OpenZeppelin version gives you 18. So this is actually nearly twice as high. It's really far from what you would expect. Now, what I want to show is quickly how we can prove those simple formula, like prove that we cannot reach a difference of 3, or we cannot reach a difference of D. We cannot be that far from the real value. And to do this, we're going to use Z3, which is an SMT solver. So this is basically a tool which allows us either to find a counter example if there is one, or to say there is no counter example which exists. So we will say SAT for satisfiable or unsat. Yes, this is basically like fuzzing, where you would try to find a counter example, but in this case, we know if we cannot find one, we know that there is no counter example, so we know this cannot be satisfied. So what it's going to look like is like a small piece of code like this. Actually, this is all the code you need to prove A divided by B times C, and to prove that we cannot be further away than C from the real value. And I'm going to walk you through the code quickly. And basically the way it works, like you just import Z3, right? Then you have A, B, C, you define your integers, the ones we have, and you can make some bounds. So in my case, I just want them to be bigger than 1. That's enough. And then I just put the two things the two formulas I want to compare. So the computed one on chain, where I don't do anything, it's going to do integer math by default. And the real one, where I convert from like 2 real values to get the actual real value result. And then I can compute the error and the absolute error. And then I can add a new condition. So basically what I do is I have this solver, which is the solver from Z3, and we're going to solve for all these inequalities or conditions. So now we have like 2 conditions, or 4 conditions, right? We have those 4, and we also want the absolute error to be greater or equal than C. Where the absolute error is defined like this. So you just can put some Python math, you put your variables, a bit of Python math, what you want to look at, and that's it. Then it's going to tell you, you call the function check, and it's going to tell you, is it satisfiable? Like, can we have A, B, and C, which are going to satisfy all those conditions, or can we simply not? And if it says you cannot, then it means that there is not a single A, B, and C which are going to satisfy this. So in our case, this is asking, can the absolute error be greater or equal than C? And if you run the program, it's going to say unsat. This means that there is not a single A, B, and C, which are going to give you an absolute error bigger than C. So you can be sure. And this is for a simple formula, right? But you can imagine that if you have a bit more complex math, or if you have operations in a different order, it makes it really easy to say, yeah, which number you cannot reach, and if this is fine for you. And now, like, to be sure it works, like, because you don't see a counter example, you don't see anything, you just see unsat, like, can you really believe it? Maybe I made a mistake in the Python script, maybe there is something wrong. Well, maybe your intuition is like, you can be maybe like at 0.999 of C. So you just do the same thing, but you replace C by 0.999 of C. And now, instead of saying unsat, it's actually going to say sat, and it's going to give you a counter example. So you can be at 0.999 of C with this ABC. So makes it quite easy to check your formulas. Let's look really quickly at a more complex one, but basically this is the OZ formula we just saw before, and the goal is to prove we cannot be, because I said we can be higher than this formula compared to, we can be higher than 8 times B divided by C. And so we have the same setup, right? We have the same computed real where I put this, and now I want to show that we cannot be 100% off, so we cannot be twice the real value. This is going to show, again, unsat. We cannot find A, B, A, and C such that we are twice as high as what we should be, but we can find A, B, and C such that we are times 1.99999 the real value. So we can be nearly as twice. So twice is like the bound, how far we can be off in terms of rounding errors. Yes, and this is actually all I wanted to say today.
Thank you, Yanis. Do we have one question for Yanis? Yeah.
My guess is that if you have a very complex problem with a lot of operations, probably solving this is MP hard. So I assume that you cannot have really big programs. So could you share how far you can go with this solver? Do you have some experience?
No, this is actually quite a hard question. How far can we solve, right? It depends of the power that you have. It depends of, like for this, when we're not asking to maximize, like we don't ask to maximize, you can also ask Z3 to maximize, so to find these two for you. This is a really hard problem. It's going to take a lot of time. I think it's basically doing some smarter binary search and trying to solve the conditions for you one by one and getting closer. This is really hard to find those for most formula that like go into one line and you just want to know the rounding errors. This should usually work, but if you start to model some really complex liquidation system, then first of all, it's going to be really long to model, and second of all, it might not be able to tell you, or it's going to take too much time. Yeah.
Okay, please round of applause for Yanis. Okay. Yeah, I think it's a pretty relevant topic. Like the last balancer hack for over $100 million was powered by a rounding error. So keeping these kind of things in mind are particularly important nowadays. Okay, next up we have Doris Benda. Doris is a PhD with over 7 years of experience on blockchain systems, which if you consider that Ethereum is 10 years old, 7 years is quite a long time. She works at Concordium, and today she's going to present about extending bulletproof zero-knowledge protocol with set, non-set membership proofs. And she's going to go particularly into implementation, security pitfalls, and especially around how to make the thing non-interactive without shooting ourselves in the foot. Okay, as soon as people settle, I think that we can get started. Okay, thank you, Doris.
Hello? Okay, can you hear me? Hello everyone, I'm Doris. I'm a senior software engineer from Concordium, and what we have there, we have like wallets, and these wallets, they hold real-world identities, like think about your passport, for example. And the wallets can generate CK proofs about these things, and we have verifiers for that, and I want to show you something that we have implemented to generate these proofs. So in particular, we use bullet proofs for doing set and non-member, like set membership and non-membership proofs. And first of all, whenever I talk about an example, I want that you look at the right thing. It will be like think about your passport in your crypto wallet. That will be our example for the talk. And to go back to the topic, there were like two things. So I want to like break it down. We have like bullet proofs. I will talk a little bit of background about that, and set membership and non-membership proofs, what that means. So first of all, you have maybe heard about a bulletproof protocol. There's like a research paper a few years old, and they have an example given for range proofs, and that's what most people use it for. Range proofs means you have a lower limit and an upper limit, and you prove that your secret value is in this range. So usually the most basic example would be like proof that you're older than 18 years old without revealing that your date of birth. I want to show you something new, because that would be boring if I just repeat a research paper. I want to show you how to use like a non-membership proof, or like a set membership proof or non-membership proof, and how to transform it so you can put it into a bulletproof protocol and prove it with that. So what is a non-membership or membership proof? It's like something you have a public value V, and you prove that it's in an element S, is like a set S. And like a negation would be like you prove that V is not an S. But in reality, I want to actually show you that what is a zero-knowledge set membership proof. And what it means is that like your value V is actually a secret. Your set is still a public kind of value, like everybody knows it, the proof and the verifier knows the S. So think about it like you want to prove that you're a European Union citizen without revealing from which country you're from. In that case, you know the European Union, you know which countries are in that set, but you don't know, like you don't want to reveal your actual country where it is from. Also, I want to first, before we start, kind of give you an overview that like no protocol is useful for everything. So there are some specific areas where I would recommend to use these bulletproof protocols. And let's look always usually at the kind of cardinality of your set, like how big is it. If it's very small, then I recommend to use some basic protocols like Sigma protocols, for example, and use kind of repeat them on like a few small kind of values that you want to test, and use an OR adapter to kind of link these different proofs together. If you have very large sets, on the other hand, of course, you don't get around to like implement some kind of trees. So like there's something what our cryptographers recommend. It's like the curve trees. That is a research paper. I'm not sure if already it's implemented. That's something you can use, or like if you want to use something that's more in production already, there's of course the incremental Merkle trees that kind of Tornado Cache is using, like with nullifiers. Or if you need to prove something that's non-membership, then you probably use something like sparse Merkle trees. There's some kind of implementation, also how to do this in zero knowledge. But for our kind of case, we are kind of in the middle spot. That means we have kind of a few already countries, like a maximum 200 countries, but the set is like not huge. And in that area, like these bulletproof protocols are quite efficient. Okay, from the next kind of slides, what we will continue on is like we will from now on always think about numbers. Like everything is a number. So for example, you prove like a number is in a set of numbers. And this is like very easy because like every kind of, for example, country code, you can just translate into bytes and then you have some kind of numbers. And there's also like two math notation I want to repeat. So I don't know how far your math lessons is back. So these two math notation are related to like vectors. You have two vectors, and in the middle here is like Hadamard product. This is a kind of circle. And what it does is it means when you do a Hadamard product on two vectors, you will still get a vector out of it. Like you multiply the two elements on each position of these vectors, and the element, what you get out is like still a vector in a finite field. So if you're unfamiliar with finite fields, don't think about it too much. You can think about natural number for this talk, I think. But for the cryptographers, usually when you do math, it's always like modulo to a number like the Q here, because we are in finite fields. Then the other math notation I want to show you is like the inner product. It's probably even more important for bulletproof protocols. So the inner product between two kind of vectors is like you also multiply each vector at each position, and then you kind of sum it up. So what the important thing is here, like the result of an inner product between two vectors gives you like a number in a finite field. So I also gave you an example to kind of, if you want to go through that. Okay, like let's go through like the core idea of the bulletproof protocol to understand what it does. So the bulletproof protocol, it belongs to like a CK kind of group of protocols which do something like a commit phase and then a reveal phase. So the first phase, which is a commit phase, you put in your secret values. It's usually some vectors or numbers. And important thing is as well to know that actually they don't need to be secret. In most cases, you want to have them secret, but it's not a necessity in some way. So you have these two vectors, and you have your C, which is your number, and you put them into a commitments. Think about it like a sealed envelope. You put them in and close them. That's your commitment phase. It happens on Concordium when the account is created. We kind of commit to attributes values of your passport. To kind of the fields, every field in your passport is committed to. And then you have the second phase. The second phase is when you generate the proof, and also the verify proofs. You like checks the proofs. So in the real phase, the proof of course has access to like your secret values and the commitments, and it can generate a proof. And then it sends the proof to the verifier. And the verifier also has access to the commitments, of course not to the secret values usually, it doesn't make sense otherwise. And what the verifier then can do, it can say yes or no, and it says yes, the proof is valid, when this kind of inner product relationship holds in the envelope. And the important thing is it doesn't open the envelope, so it doesn't know the A, B, or C, it just can say like, okay, I'm convinced that you actually, these values you have committed to are following this mathematical kind of relationship. So to understand what the plan is for this talk is like we have these set on membership and non-membership proofs, and we want to kind of translate them into a mathematical equation so they look like an inner product relation. Because once they are in an inner product relationship, we can put them into the bulletproof protocol. So that's the first step we do. That we go quite in detail, I think, to understand how the kind of constraints are for this problem, how to write them. The second part would be then, if you actually have secret values, in our case, like some of the vectors should be secret, you need to blind them. That means to make them actually a secret. And then the third step would be like plug them into the bulletproof protocol. And once you're an engineer, you're going with the fourth step, you actually need to make the kind of protocol non-interactive. You have to implement it in a way to, Usually it's called like Fiat-Shamir transformation. We can look into that later. okay, let's go for the first kind of step, what you want to do. Like the first goal is we have this kind of converter. We start with our left problem. We know V is an element of Z. So how do we write this into like two vectors that it is to the inner product to C? Okay, we'll start with the beginning. Like the start is like how we had the problem so far. Like our ZS is like just some elements in there. And we know there's like one V that's equal to one of these elements in the set. So we can write these sets that we have in a vector. So like left is like the set kind of vector with all the elements. That's actually, I think it's a bit shifted, I don't know. The S value is actually public, but the AL vector is secret. And what is the AL vector? It's like just zeros, and one element is a 1. But otherwise it's just 0. And the position where it's 1 is exactly that point where we initially said like our V is equal to SI. And when we have these two vectors, we can actually like do the inner product out of it. And if the inner product out of it gives V, then we have kind of written down mathematically that we know now V is actually one of these elements, like SI. And yeah, so like we could think we have finished now, but there's still a lot more we have to do. Because whenever you have a special vector like this, like a vector which consists only out of zeros or ones, you actually need to constrain them further to make sure it's in this format and not like people to put in other numbers. So the next slide is really just how do we constrain this AL vector that it is exactly in that format. And for that, we define another vector, which is the AR vector, which is just shifted by 1. You can look at the right, left there. I wrote it down how the vector looks like. It's just it has a lot of minus 1s and 1 0. And then we have a few more equations to ensure that these kind of the AL vector is actually from that form. So the first equation is like just our definition from above to write it down that it actually holds. Then the second kind of constraint is that we make a Hadamard product, which is that like each of these values, AL or AR, one of the elements at each position has to be 0. And it constrains the AL vector to just have zeros or just have 1s. And then the last equation is there to make sure that we actually have 1 in the AL vector, not more. And with this kind of equation, we actually have now the whole kind of problem written down in a constraint system, and we could plug them into the bulletproof protocol. There are a few more steps because in reality you would make a really big inner product out of it. In the moment it's like kind of 4 equations, but I kind of skipped through that. So if you're more interested in it, you can read a blue paper how to do several constraints into like one big constraints to make it one inner product. Now we get to the second problem, which was like this non-membership problem. You would maybe think it's the same way, but actually this problem is quite different. We need to do it in a different way because this time it's very hard to say like we cannot make V equal to any of the elements in SI. So we write the problem into a little bit different way. We say, okay, we don't know any AI that V is equal to SI. And when we shift the SI to the other side of the equation, then we know that the difference between these two values can never be 0. And then we do a little bit of a trick, because when we know that something is not 0, there must be a multiplicative inverse element that the proofer can find. And when it multiplies it, it will give like 1. And 1 is like the identity element in a multiplicative group. So you can also think about kind of natural numbers. If you have a natural number, you will always find like another number that you can multiply with to give 1, except you have, of course, the 0 kind of element to begin with. So if the proofer finds this AI value and kind of gives us it, or like in the constraint system is able to plug it in, then we know we have kind of fulfilled our non-membership problem and have proven it. So if you write this into kind of vector form as well, because we want to usually get these inner product forms, then on the left side we have like our public set again that the proofer and verifier knows. They have previously agreed on the order of the elements, so you cannot shift the orders around of the elements. And then we have the AL vector and the AR vector, and especially the AR vector is the secret one. The AL value vector is like, it's usually also secret. The AL vector we don't need to constrain further, so like the proof is allowed to kind of choose any element as long as it's like, the multiplicative inverse to the other side, to the difference, I would say. And the 2 constraints we need is like the AR constraint to make sure it's actually like a vector consisting just out of these V's, the secret values. And then we have like one constraint which connects the AL vector with the AR vector. And in that way, we can like describe a non-membership problem into like a constraint system and then convert it in a long way into like a bulletproof protocol. Okay, like I'll give you some tips because you probably a lot of you are like auditors, how to like review these kind of things, or like what often goes wrong when you implement these things. Because we also have to learn some stuff the hard way. I feel like when we implement it the first way, like of course over the years you get better. I think one thing you always can look at is like if you have any kind of special vectors, like in our cases, of course, these AL vectors consist of zeros and ones. Always make sure they're like constrained enough. You usually need a lot of extra constraints to make sure they're in this form. Especially in the bulletproof protocol, if you go to the second point, as I said, like the vectors don't have to be secrets. So if you have to read the kind of conditions of your requirements, if they are secrets, make sure they're actually blinded, and people have done this kind of last step to make them secrets. Then the next point is actually what, from an engineering point of view, we're actually struggling the most by now, is that like at the moment we are like at protocol version 4 or CK proof version 4. That means over the time of implementing this stuff, you kind of add new stuff and get new kind of proofing systems to it. And if you don't version this stuff enough, it is very hard to kind of reasoning about it that an old kind of proof cannot be used in a new flow. So I really recommend to you, like if you audit this stuff, even if it's like not initially a security vulnerability, if you review it for the first time, really tell the people like version your commitments, version your proofs, version your context, whatever you have, probably it's a good idea to kind of version it, especially if it could change over time. And it really avoids that like people use older proofs that have been generated in the past on kind of newer flows in your protocol. Another thing is like, of course, whenever you kind of have some sort of randomness, blinding, make sure they are done correctly. Like you need to have fresh randomness, they need to be uniformly kind of distributed usually. There's something we call the Merlin transcript, so I really recommend you to read about it because they were quite good in writing down how to do this well. Never reuse any kind of blinding factors or any randomness you generate, like generate it once, use it once in your commitments and never again. And then there's this next step or like next transformation, which would be like the fourth step I would tell you, what would say, is it's called Fiat-Charmier transformation, and people use often these Merlin transcripts. And there's a lot of things happening here that can go wrong, so I will go a little bit more into detail in the next slides what this Fiat-Charmier transformation is actually about. And in general, there's things you should make sure that you actually have implemented all and put everything that's public into this transcript, like generators, keys, that everything that has been transmitted between the proofer and verifier, make sure it's in the transcript. And there's also like stuff like make sure variable length data is prepended by the lengths, and everything is domain separate as much as you can. So maybe to give a bit understanding what is the Fiat-Charmier transformation, and why is it actually complicated to implement it? The thing is that like most of these academic papers that we have as a kind of blueprint to get started with, they're written in an interactive way. So they're written in a different way than what you actually have to implement it. So they're written, and then something is that just a sentence which says like, okay, now apply Fiat-Charmier as an engineer and implement it. And yeah, I think if that wouldn't be the case, that we have these like different things that we implement to what is actually written in a blue paper or like in your academic paper, it would be much easier. And to understand what's a Fiat-Charmier, like on the left side we have the interactive version. That means like the proofer and the verifier are there, and they're sending messages between each other. So first you send the commitments, then later the verifier will send the challenge back. I think that's always a bit shifted. It should be a little bit up. I don't know why. And then the proofer, or like the proofer will send a proof, and then later the verifier will send back if the proof is valid or not valid. So this is the interactive version. What you actually implement as an engineer is the non-interactive version. That means you start a transcript. You give it some domain separation for the proof that you have. And then the middle part, it's the hard part. You should put as much as possible into these kind of transcripts. And it means, like, for example, everything that's, all the messages between the proofer and the verifier need to be put into this transcript, or all public values. It means, like, your curve points, for example, the generators, or if you have any kind of public keys, everything has to be put in there. And then when you actually need a challenge from the verifier, you would like hash your kind of transcript, which is just appended bytes from now on, and that's what you use as a challenge on the proofer side. And in that way, you can kind of avoid this forth and back communication between a proofer and a verifier, and you would only have like one communication channel, which means like the proofer will send one message to the verifier, that's the proof, and nothing more. And that's why we implement this non-interactive version, because like we don't want to have that much messaging between proofers and verifiers. So what couldn't go wrong like when we implement this fiat charm here? I mean, the most basic or most severe problem is probably that you forget to put anything in this transcript that should be there. That was at the beginning when the bulletproof papers came out. They actually forgot a little part to be input in this transcript, and there was a lot of bulletproof implementation that were actually vulnerable, and it was fixed after a while. They gave out like an updated paper, and it was fixed. But it was like the biggest, I think, problems in the beginning with these bulletproof protocols and general CK protocols, that you forget something in the fiat charm here. Then I go into like another example, which might be not very obvious, is that whenever you add anything that's variable length to this transcript, make sure you add your kind of length of the items that you add. So I give you here an example. You'll be adding strings. If you just add AABB, they will be like generating the same hash than if you like just add A and then another string with ABB. So make sure you add your like length beforehand, and that there can be no like hash collision when you actually generate the challenges. The other thing is like just make sure you add enough domain separation, enough labels to it that kind of allows you to change things later in the protocol, or make sure that like a previous label or thing you have added doesn't like overlap with another kind of value you add later. So I also recommend you to like look at the domains and labels a lot. And in general, like whenever you have to implement it, like please read the Merlin transcripts. They have some write-up, which is quite nice. Yeah, that's me. I hope you got something out of how to review zero-knowledge protocols and bulletproofs. So any questions from your side?
Okay. Any questions for Doris? Yeah. You have mic.
Yeah. So I see some similarities with Merkle trees, where you can prove existence of some element into the set. I was wondering, in what cases it's better to use bulletproofs as opposed to Merkle trees?
Yeah, I don't know if you were here at the beginning. Like there was one slide where I tried to give an overview. Yeah, when to use which kind of protocol. Yeah, so it really depends on the size of the set. If you have very large set, you have to use trees, and if you have kind of a medium-sized set, then I think you can use bulletproof protocols. So in our case, we use it for the countries and for the nationalities of the passport information. So it's like max 200 countries, I would say. So our set is like that size.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
Your slide says it's best for the cases where you have max 200. Could you a bit elaborate on the difficulty? Is it prover side? Is it a verifier side? The complexity of it? Why 200?
I mean, that's not a hard limit. I just say for our use case it's 200, but yeah, I don't actually know exactly like where like we haven't done any kind of simulation where we say like how far we should go with these kind of bulletproofs and when we should stop the size. But it would be actually quite interesting to get some benchmarking. See like at one point we really say the bulletproof protocol shouldn't be used anymore. Yeah, the thing is like verification we do off-chain, so our verifiers are backends, but it's really because we work with kind of real-world identities, like passport information. And we could like build a verifier on-chain, but the thing is you kind of leak indirectly information. So for example, if I interact with a DApp that wants to prove that I'm older than 18 years old, and I interact with the same account address with another DApp that maybe proves that I'm from European Union, and then another DApp, at some point people kind of know where I'm from, you know?
No,
yeah.
For your case, but there are many other cases where this is maybe not a problem. So I wonder if verification is fast enough and cheap enough to...
Yeah, I think it's super fast. Like, I mean, the verifiers are like Rust backends, and for generating the proof, it's like the wallet pops up and you just click approve, so it's the same flow than sending a transaction on chain. It's not that there's any delay in there. So the dev will say, generate the proof, and then you click approve as a user in the wallet, and the proof is generated and verified. So there's no delay. It's maybe 1 second late, maybe less, the proof generation verification. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're on time. Thank you so much, Doris. I love the security overview at the very end. I think it applies to a lot of domains, not just zero knowledge. So awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Okay, and last on this block we have Kirk Bird. Sorry, again, I suck at pronouncing names. Kirk is going to go through basically an overview of the Risk Zero VM. Basically a security-oriented overview and how to avoid pitfalls on it. Kirk is director at Sigma Prime, also with 7 years trying to break blockchains. And so, okay, Kirk, I'll let you take it.
Beautiful. Thanks, Pablo. This is the last talk of the session. Then we can all go out for a little sweet treat or some little snack in the break. So, first of all, you guys heard Jeffrey earlier on in the session. This quote is from him, but he was quoting someone else, and so I have absolutely no idea who originally said it. But if crypto goes to zero, at least it gave us zero-knowledge proofs. Zero-knowledge proofs are great. They're absolutely unreal technology, and Risk Zero is what brings us to everyday people without needing to do maths. If the last talk was too math-heavy for you all, I'm sorry, it was great. It was the right amount of maths, but this talk won't have any maths at all, so you'll feel relieved. Now, what is Risk Zero? How does it work? That's what we're going to be looking into, but really going to focus on applications, as in people who have written code for Risk Zero, rather than diving really deeply into the Risk Zero VM. So the type of architecture and the theory that we're going to be looking at is what people need to review and write Risk Zero code. Second part will be a coded example, run you through how bad I am at a developer and how many bugs I can write. You can hopefully spot them all out pretty quickly, and then we'll go through them together. And then at the end, we're going to be running through all the security tips and tricks and everything else you need to know. So, theory, basic Risk Zero architecture. What are we actually doing? The virtual machines, any sort of ZK virtual machine, is going to be proving that a certain part of execution happens, and think of it as a smart contract, which is going to be a really good analogy through this thing. You can prove that the smart contract executed, and there's an added benefit that any of the function parameters, the inputs, can be private and can be hidden. Why is this so good? The biggest why is actually the compression, because we can do an entire program, like huge, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of lines, and we can output that into a single verify line, which is a little bit of maths, BLS, and a few other things under the hood, and can run very comfortably on a smart contract in about 100,000 gas. 100,000 gas. Nice. So, how do we actually do this? What you got to do, you write code, and the best thing about Risk Zero, it's in Rust. We all know and love Rust. Well, most of us do. It's an excellent smart contracting language. And what else you could do is you can compile it into VM code. They use ELF and RISC-V for this. And with that code, you can send it over to a prover. The prover runs it and gives you output this little receipt. So I'm kind of going to break these into like two main types. We got those that are general purpose, which is Risk Zero, written in Rust, happy days. You can write your code in Rust. Then we got the other ones like domain-specific languages. That's Kairos, VM, Aztec, Midden, and Allo. They all use domain-specific ZK VMs, which the trade-offs here are that you have to learn a specific language. For example, you need to learn Cairo to write on StarkNet. And circuit-based languages, they're challenging. They're actually really hard to write good code. You need to know a little bit more about the maths. You need to know about finite fields. And you really got to be strict on writing circuits and constraints, or else you're going to put some bugs in your system. That does not happen in Risk Zero or SP1. You write Rust, and some other really smart guy has gone and done all the circuits for you, so it's happy days. Now, let's get into the architecture of provers versus verifiers. So provers are the people who are generating proofs. Oh, wow, what a surprise. Well named, actually. Thank you. These run the programs. They need to have full access to all the inputs. That includes the private inputs. If you need private inputs, your prover will know what they are. And then they can be split. The prover gets split into two components, the guest code, which is actually what's proven, and then the host. And of course, they output a receipt, which is a proof, mathematical proof, small little thing. The verifier, on the other hand, all they do is check receipts. Yeah, I know, it's your accountant. All they're doing there is running through a receipt, making sure they work. They do not actually execute any of their code. The code is assumed to be correct if the proof is correct. Real important here, they should never trust the prover. If you're relying on the prover in any sort of thing from the verifier, then you're probably going to have a very centralized broken system. Cool, so let's look at this nice pretty diagram. Host and guest, they're inside the prover in yellow, and then we got the verifier in blue that does the maths. The host is a normal program. It has access to the internet, it has access to your database, the real world, whatever you want it to do. It's just a regular old program, and it can call the guest. The main function of the host is to prepare all of the variables that need to be given to the guest, and then the guest is the code that actually gets proven, and this is taking inputs. Think about the EVM. It doesn't have any access to the outside world when you're in a smart contract. That's the same as the guest code. All it has access to is what the proof gives us. The host gives us. Nice, and then the guest outputs a little receipt. So, some of the things that pop up a lot in this space, receipt, journal, and image ID. The receipt is the proof. I've already told you about 4 or 5 times. The journal is what we call the public outputs. So as I said, the guest can have some private inputs. It can also have some public outputs. So these are things that it really wants to share for the real world. And we'll find out very shortly why that's helpful. Next up is the image ID. The image ID is unique to every single RISC-0 program. Why do we need this? Because if you write a program, I write a program, and some hacker over there writes a program, we want to know if the receipt is verified for my program, or it's for your program, or it's for his program over there. So if you don't check the image ID, someone is going to make a fake program and wreck you real quick. Cool. So jump into it. A little bit of code. Fun. These are the main functions that you'll use in the RISC-0 crate. Now, this is literally all you really need to know to audit RISC-0 code. These 6 little pieces of information. Super easy. First one, entry point. That is just defining where you start your guest code. All right? Guest code starts at a main function. What a surprise. Nice spot. Next up, we have the read. This is what I talked about, private inputs only. EVM commit. This is putting to the journal. Anything you put in that commit is going to be public for the world to see it when they receive your receipt because it's written to the journal. Those top 3 are all for the guests. Next up, this builder executor environment. This is what we actually use to build our guest programs, and so that the prover, next up, can call prove over the environment. And then finally, the very last point is the verifier. All they really do is check this proof. Under the hood is going to be some nice maths. Woohoo! Made it to the coded example. This is where things actually get interesting. This is what we're trying to do. Prove an Ethereum address has more than 1 ETH. A little bit of criteria, fetch it via an RPC, check that it is my address, and the verifier has a trusted block. So let's start off with this. This is full of bugs. If you write this, I'm going to be really mad at you and give you about 4 or 5 critical bugs. But let's look what it does. The first piece of code that actually executes is going to be the host. Sequentially, the host is always first because they need to gather all of the input variables that we put into the guest. And as you can see here, first thing they do is they do this RPC call for some address, and they get the balance. Next up, they write that balance into the environment, hit the build, and then the prover can prove. That prover.prove step is when the guest code starts executing. So it will specifically happen after the host, which makes it a little bit hard for the host because the host needs to get all of the environment variables in order before they actually call the guest. And then finally, after the guest is finished executing, it's going to return a receipt, and that receipt can be verified by the verifier. So what is the first bug that we see here? The first bug is that the RPC call is done in the host, and that's where we check the address to the balance match. This is not done in the guest, and therefore the verifier cannot verify in any way which address this balance is for. This balance was meant to be for my address, but I could use Vitalik's because I know he's got the bags. So let's touch that up. Let's also write the address in here. As you can see, that second line, the host is now putting the right of the address. The guest now reads the address in the same order. The address came first and then the balance. And it can now commit the address to the journal. The verifier is able to extract the address out of the receipt. And now it can do two things. The verifier will now check the address, and it will also verify the receipt. So we're using the public journal here to do things that we cannot do in the guest. The guest couldn't check this address. That could only be done in the verifier, so they put it to the journal and said, all right, verify, this is your job. I don't know how to verify this thing. You verify it. However, there's still more bugs in here. Is anyone seeing some bugs in the guest code? In the guest code. The host has access to the internet. The host is just a regular Rust program that's allowed to see anything. So it's allowed to hit this RPC. Yeah, we don't have any checks between the balance and the address. The address just comes in and there's balance there. So next up, we need to do a proof inside the guest program that ties those two together. Bam. So to do that, we actually need to do a bunch more things. We need to get a balance and a proof from the RPC. Let's just assume that happens nicely. And then we need to pass all those things into the guests. To do a proof, you need quite a few things. You need the balance, you need the address, you need the block hash, and you need some sparse Merkle tree proof. If you've ever looked into Ethereum and how to prove an account's balance before, it's just basically a giant Merkle tree. A little bit more complicated, but really not that much. So inside the guest, again, we read everything in the same order, because or else our program won't work. And then we do verify account proof. We do that whole Merkle tree. And now we have very happily tied the address to the balance. So those two are tied together. Happy days. We can commit the address. And now the verifier is like, OK, thank you. That address does have that balance. We're all good. Now, this is looking pretty tidy code at this stage. However, there's still one very subtle bug. The subtle bug is that block hash. We have absolutely no way to tell if that block hash is real. The host could have lied and just put some arbitrary block hash from ETH Classic, any other chain they wanted to, and this proof would have gone through and be like, yeah, that's what the account balance is for this block hash. So what we need to do, bam, is actually commit that block hash at the end of the guest, because this is something that the guest cannot easily verify. How does a guest, which is just a small little smart contract, know if a block hash is valid? It's the tip of the chain, it's the canonical chain, it hasn't been forked. These things are all extremely complicated to do, but for a verifier, maybe they could do them quite easily with a light client proof, something like that, finality proof, something along those lines. Happy days, the verifier's done this. And now we have the most secure ever balance check. And so, to highlight what the benefits actually are, as you can see, this guest code takes in a lot of inputs, and it also does a very big account proof, which is going to be a whole Merkle proof. And the verifier, on the other hand, is just, like 4 lines and some little BLS logic in there. That's the compression. That's the main reason that we use on-chain proofs, is because you're able to take a really big guest code and put it into a tiny little line in the verifier. So if you think about it in the context of an L2, ZK rollups. ZK rollups, the actual node implementation is massive, hundreds of thousands of lines. Their guest code would be absurdly big. However, on-chain, they can just have a verifier that's just a handful of lines that does that. So this is the main gains that we get to see. The other gains are if you want to optionally hide something like, I don't know, the claim balance amount or something like that, you can have some private inputs as well. Cool. Last section. Almost time for a sweet treat. All right. So the host, rehashing, untrusted by everyone else. No one should trust the host. It must put everything in the same order. It reads it. The main security bugs that we're going to see in the host are chain halts. It's going to be DOS vectors. There's going to be things like panics, error handling, what happens if the guest code is fail, writing things to the guest in the wrong order, which is just going to cause everything to fail and revert, hopefully. And then in the guest code, it's really about input validation here. I've called it under constraint circuits. That's a little bit of a bastardization, I'm sorry. It's just input validation. Any input that's not happening in the guest code must happen in the verifier, or it doesn't happen at all. Write anything to the public journal that you can't verify so the verifier can do it. The verifier has 3 important things. It must read the receipt, it must validate the journal entries, and it must check the image ID. It verifies anything the guest can't. So if I go back to this line, you could see that in the receipt.verify, there's balance ID. This is the image ID. I've set it as a constant, as you could tell by the big writing, and it's fixed. If that image ID was passed in by an attacker, they could actually make a proof for any program at all. So it's really important to do a lot of verification of your image ID, and so it should be what you need it to be. All right, tips and tricks. Guest code is where most of the big, scary, critical vulnerabilities you're going to find. Guest code is where the juicy things are, because that's what the maths is actually covering. And in RISC-0, it is a 32-bit OS. And don't forget, if you're in Rust, everything is going to wrap by default arithmetically when you have that. So you really got to look out for 32-bit. 32 bits is only 4 billion, by the way, 2 to the 32. It's tiny. You can brute force that. You can do anything you want to it. Turn on overflow checks equals true on your cargo.toml, because panicking in the guest code is happy days. I'm not sure if many of you have looked at Solana or near. Similar principle. Panicking is a valid form of error handling only in the guest. If your host panics, well, you're going to get a chain hole. Next up is library dependencies. If you're in a guest code, as we said, you don't have access to a lot of things. That includes randomness, files, all of that things. And although you might not have written it yourself, if you use a third-party dependency, they probably have. And that includes things like threading. A lot of cryptographic libraries use threading to make the cryptography runs faster. And if you don't realize they're threading, you're going to get probably compile time errors when you try and compile your guest code, and you'll be like, why is this library not working? Oh, sad face. Cool. Resource exhaustion. The prover is running the guest code. The prover is, a lot of the times, not going to be you. There's going to be some beefy machine. Proving is really expensive. You need big, beefy machines, and they need to do a lot of work. So if you have any sort of unbounded loops, really unrestricted string lengths, arbitrary data inputs that use a lot of resource exhaustion, a lot of resources, it's going to be super expensive for whoever's running the prover, which is probably not you. Unconstrained circuits, we've already talked on this. This is input validation. Make sure you do everything, and then, again, anything that can't be validated inside the guest code, we send to the verifier. All right, this is your checklist. This has pretty much everything you need to know to review a RISC-0 piece of code application. Start out at the top, critical logic, all inside the guest code. We've covered this. All inputs validated inside the guest code or written to the journal. No private information written to the journal. Don't want to leak secrets. 32 bits, never forget 32 bits. Computer's expensive from user input. The verifier has those 3 main points. We talked about them recently. And finally, the host must write to things in the same order as the guest. I'm going to highlight this one for you. Right here, we have 4 pieces of information that we're writing. But if you have, say, 100,000 lines of code, how do you actually get your host to write all 100,000 plus input variables in the same order that the guest's going to read them? In Rust, you're going to do this by generics. The best way to do this is to have one generic, and you actually run the host code exactly the same as the guest code, but the host code generic will write things into the environment variable, and the guest code will read from the environment variable. So it's like a little bit of a switch that happens at build time, and that's pretty much the only way you can do it for large projects. Cool. All right. Handle the case when the prover fails. When the prover fails, you're going to get an error in your host code, which is running the prover. That's fine. We can handle the error case. Errors for a whole bunch of reasons, but you don't want to panic. DOS vectors, error handling redundancy, and proofs are inherently replayable. That means one proof, if it's valid once, it's going to be valid forever. There's no nonce checks or anything like that. That's all up to the verifier to handle if they want to do replay protection. Cool. There are some good resources. If you want to see these slides, there's Google Docs. some other sources. There's a blog that I've written not too long ago on SP1. It essentially covers a lot of the similar things from Risk Zero, but it's on SP1. Next up is the Rare Skills Bootcamp. If you heard Jeffrey talking earlier, it was at the start of this session. He's a great educator in the space. He runs a boot camp on all of Zero Knowledge. It's an excellent entry point. There's also a ZK book if you don't want to sign up for a boot camp and you'd rather do it in your own time. The book is free as well. Lovely. Siphon Updraft courses. They've got some great Zero Knowledge stuff in there. Lastly, if you want to hit me up on Twitter, I'll probably respond to you. Probably. Go.
Thank you, Kirk. I have to say it was very bold of you to say that domain-specific languages for zero-knowledge proofs are hard to learn when you're opposite to Narcon, you know. But it's okay. Your slides game was very good. I'm willing to let it slide. Any final questions around here? We're a bit past time. Okay, one question. Let's go.
With image ID, is that a hash or is there some central registry of image IDs? Like how do you...
It's deterministic based on your code, very similar to a hash. So if you change any of your code, your image ID changes.
Sort of a verification key for the circuit. Okay, cool. Okay, well, that concludes the block of sessions around math and zero knowledge. I think we'll have a very, very short break, and then we move into institutional security. Lily, I'm not sure if you want to say a few words. Okay, well, thank you.
Hello, you're Julia?
Hi, Julia, yeah.
I'm Lilian.
And this is on.
Okay. So I sent you a message on Telegram, but maybe you see it because you told me for Lilia there are trees.
Yeah, that's for the next one.
Yeah, but there is only one person.
Did you get, were you able to access the viewer one or okay. Should I check that? Okay, so this is next to the back.
Say what? Full models 4, yes. Thank you.
That's why we tell the soldiers when they need to do the
We're gonna go to die.
Anderson, yes.
Thanks, man.
Hello everyone. So thanks for joining this institutional track. So next talk we'll explore how real-world security compliance and investigative practice intersect with DeFi. So we welcome Julia, co-founder and head of investigation at Zero Shadow, and Orest, chief legal officer at OneInch. So stage is yours for 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I press next? Oh, there we go.
I like it.
There we go. Okay, thanks everyone for coming to this. Orest and I are going to present how dApps can stop money laundering, and we want the takeaway from this to not just be, it would be great if you could put some things in place to actually make a difference here, but that there's like real time, real impact, and you have some takeaways that you can go back to your protocol and think about how you might be able to prevent money laundering on your systems. And before we get started, we'll just talk a little bit about ourselves. I'm Julia with Zero Shadow. Zero Shadow does security prevention and incident response. So we're trying to be your security partner for the entire life cycle. If you're trying to make sure that you don't get exploited, and if you do, doing the tracing and the recovery of the funds.
Yeah, and quickly about OneInch. For those who don't know what OneInch is used to be the biggest DEX aggregator, and at this DevCon is maybe will be a biggest liquidity layer in DeFi after it. And so we are the set of protocols that do different stuff. And so what we take also very seriously is security or risk management that we are going to also tell you about in a bit.
Yeah, so what is the problem statement here? It's that your total value locked is entirely North Korea, and that's what's making up your protocol fees. We saw this very clearly with the Bybit hack. We at Zero Shadow were the ones who were tracing those funds. And if we're looking at this, this is an overall summary graph of how the funds were flowing. And you can see that these funds hit a lot of different decentralized applications along the way. So North Korea very famously always swaps all of their funds that they stole into ETH or some kind of more stable and non-freezable asset. Then they move the funds across chain. They use a lot of different bridges to do that, and they go across a lot of different chains in the process. We've also increasingly seen that they're using lending protocols as kind of like a storage spot to hold the funds for a little bit before they continue on with the laundering. And then ultimately, they're trying to exit via over-the-counter brokers, a lot of them that are Chinese-based. So along this way, this is a little bit of an ideological position, but there are a lot of applications that we're interacting with in this process, and we're talking to them about what they're seeing on their side in terms of these stolen funds moving. and also if they have any way to intercept these funds or at least dissuade this activity from happening. And you can see that when this kind of activity happens, it can be pretty drastic. So this is Thorchain movement in early October. There's suddenly a 4-time spike in the activity on October 2nd. That's because 4 different North Korea hacks were suddenly going through that bridge at the same time. So these are all fees that Thorchain, in this case, are gaining a lot of profit off of. And so maybe there's something that they want to do about it. I think there's 2 real reasons besides it's the right thing to do that you might want to try to intercept illicit activity. One is that the law enforcement is looking at these things, and it's not just US law enforcement. So at the end of April, we saw that EXCH was taken over. That was a centralized service, but that was Netherlands and German law enforcement that actually took note of how much activity was going through and decided to take action. The other is the impact of institutional trade that's coming. There's been a lot of talks this week about how much TradFi and these institutions are planning to integrate a lot more with decentralized applications, and they're just going to have caution if they see a lot of Twitter posts about how one protocol is especially being used by bad actors. So if you're in that position where you say, yeah, I do want to try to do something and take action against being used for illicit activity, then you might hit some kind of design barriers that are impacting your ability to actually implement these kind of changes. And there's a few that we see come up again and again when we're talking to services about if they're able to do anything. The first is contract upgrade restrictions. So the way that the protocol was designed was pretty finite, and it doesn't have really good ability to add some upgrades to maybe have delays or freezing or whitelisting or blacklisting. These are all features that might be impactful, but there's this restriction in the current version of the system to actually be able to put that forward. The second is composability considerations, and definitely there's certain parts of your ecosystem that might be better used for actually trying to stop illicit activity than others. If your token is being traded across all these different decentralized exchanges and cross-chains, maybe that's going to be very complicated to try to freeze funds, for example. But if you have a bad actor depositing directly into your lending pool, that might be a better scenario where you can actually try to take action. And so thinking about those kind of more specific use cases where there might be a real change. The third is address turnover. So we see that bad actors are ripping through new addresses extremely quickly. For the Bybit hack, by the first 6 months, we had counted 12,000 addresses that these actors had used. And so if you're just using some kind of general know your customer, know your transaction kind of platform and just trying to receive blacklists, or even via word of mouth, via someone in a Telegram chat with you saying block this address, you're just always going to end up falling behind because the turnover is so quick. And then the last one is small teams. Totally see it and know it that a lot of these teams are maybe one security person, maybe not even, and you want to focus on building and growing and not necessarily the security side. So that can be a huge barrier to actually implementing some kind of changes to try to thwart this activity. But we have some baseline recommendations that we've seen are working and want these to be at least good takeaways, and we can start a conversation if you want to think about what else you can do more specifically. So the first is delay functionality. This is really, really impactful that you don't have to take custody of any funds, but you can just add some kind of considerations for making it harder and having more friction to actually move this illicit activity forward. So some of the delay functionality you could think of is by volume. How many of your users are trading $100,000 at a time versus $1,000 at a time? How many of them are doing that multiple times in a row? Because we'll see 5 bridges in a row, they're each 500K. That might not be your typical user that's doing that, so you can start to make some special considerations there. You can also think about just having a time delay. Maybe it just takes a few more hours to do certain activity, and that's giving you more time to think about causing friction and making them maybe move to something else and away from your protocol. Also, address needs a nonce higher than 0. This is a huge one, and this is going back to the fresh addresses that we were talking about. If you have an address where it's only received funds and it's never sent anything before, you can consider having some kind of additional checks that you do before that address is going to interact with your protocol. And again, I think this is one where if you review your system and look at how many fresh addresses are potentially illicit versus normal users who just continue to reuse their addresses, you'll notice this kind of trend. Token risk categorization. This is the idea that if you know that a token with a blacklisted token is being used, you can just kind of exclude it from your data set. Live blacklist. This is the idea, which Oris will talk more about how you can make much more comprehensive and dynamic blacklists that go beyond just an address list and have a much more real-time look at what bad activity might be touching your protocol. It's kind of like an Oracle in a way where it's constantly live updating and you have that feed that's integrating directly into your systems. And then the last one, front-back controls. The idea here is that you might have multiple layers where there are integrations with your protocol, and you want to make sure that you're accounting for those, and you have risk controls at each of those layers. So it's not just the website, it's not just maybe the contract itself, but it's everything in between. So one case study here, this is also from Bybit with Mantle. This was at the very beginning of the Bybit hack. We saw that Mantle was able to save 15,000 CMETH from being taken by the North Koreans. And in this case, that was, at the time, that was about $40 million. So how did they do this? First of all, they had a delay window. So they didn't let the funds move right away. They had in place that they could not freeze those funds necessarily, but at least stop the activity and have some time to take a breath and think about, well, what are we doing here and what do we want to do next? Then they actually blacklisted the exploiter address, and then they had the ability to actually move those funds to a recovery address. And so the controversy here is that this is centralized activity. This is not fully decentralized, and I completely see that. I think also it was interesting to see the community response to this action, because there weren't a lot of people saying in a very ideological way, oh, we should never do this, we should let them take the money. There was a lot of, I understand in this situation why this needed to be done, or I understand that we want to help in a security sense. So I think that the ethos is kind of showing that there is some degree that if you can do something, that maybe you should do something. I think the balancer exploit has also shown that in the response that people had to different layer 2 actions.
And I can pick it up from here, yeah, for a while. So, you know, for what Julia mentioned, that one of the last things that Julia mentioned was very relevant to me is the front and back end controls. What we do at 1inch, we categorize security to 3 layers: to the front end, to the protocol, and to the back end controls. Not all the DeFis has probably back ends. Who doesn't want to have like back end controls? But we have actually, because of main thing, security. And what we do, sometimes we have a lot of security triggers on the front end, which even the side topic of conversation. On the protocol level, I think we are all, as an industry, is not really the rest to have some ML controls on a protocol level, layer, even if there was like a lot of controls. But on the backend level, we advance a lot on how we controlling the identifying and screening of the bad actors in the space. And this is what we are building at 1inch, mainly the backend for screening, controls, and identifying of bad actors. And we do that not just on the bad actors that been identified by Etherscan or someone else last week, last day, last hour, last minute in the space. What we do, we try to build the profiles around addresses, clustering addresses, and prevent the bad actor before becoming the bad actor on chain. And so this is thanks a lot to Zero Shadow. Zero Shadow doing amazing job in terms of security and identifying patterns, identifying wallets, identifying a different group of bad actors in this space, and supplying us this data. We actually created even the direct supply of data from Zero Shadow to the 1-inch backend, and they have full access to the 1-inch block lists. But what we do, like what the most probably biggest thing we are building right now is 1-inch, that improving the security space in DeFi is clustering of different patterns in the space with also the help of inner works. So what does it mean? It means that based on the log data we are receiving from interacting with our interface, we can cluster different bad actors wallets to under one category of bad actors for different type of profiles. And by that we can say and report properly then on those actors, say who they are, and then report if needed. So what I'm trying to say that it's not the control we probably used to have with such toolings like chain analysis, Terra Labs, Elliptic. What we try to do, we try to understand why this wallet was blacklisted and what is this wallet, not like relying only on the data that someone supplied to us, and do that on the smart data of fingerprints. Yes, thank you. So, and also to do that successfully, this is what actually we come up and do with Zero Shadow. We're preparing the playbooks for that. And because we don't think that, you know, some probably discussions are happening in each country to regulate DeFi, to put it under KYC, to make the gatekeeping window for DeFi protocols. But we think that probably one of the at least ways to go would be to create the patterns on what to do on the DeFi protocol to make it better secure. And one of the playbooks is what Julia already mentioned, token risks. Yeah, working with different type of tokens that different type of risks that identify different type of tokens to not let user use it. Transaction simulation. This is what we do for the 1-inch wallet users. The playbooks we are creating, I don't know if you saw that, but you can Google that. We have 1-inch security white paper, and we are releasing new version 2. This is actually the playbooks controls. We have it 1-inch, and we kind of sharing with the community to work on the same. And post-incident flows. This is probably one of the most important, is that when you have the playbooks, you of course follow them, but you cannot bulletproof yourself from bad actors using you. So what we do is after we identify any anomalies, any bad actors patterns using 1-inch protocols, is to isolate trades that we profited out of the user as the protocol, as a company. Sometimes it's swap surplus, as we don't have trading fees at 1-inch. And it's only company funds, it's not user funds, because we are not custodial. And then do some review and reporting with those funds. Can you yeah.
Yeah, so this is a case study which is showing some of that enhanced address list that we were talking about, where you're profiling how the user's interacting not just by their address but by their entire online presence. And here they chose to remain anonymous, but this was a large centralized exchange that found that their token was being laundered by bad actors. And you can see from the chart that these big spikes were really coming from a bad actor, and that the normal users were at a much lower volume of usage per transaction. And so what happened here was that the laundering was deterred because of using these overall user heuristics to really create these friction, create those delays for the bad actor to actually be able to bridge the funds. And then the moment that the funds were ever successfully bridged, being able to actually freeze those funds. And so that really deterred the actor, and they stopped using that service, and they have much better statistics, we could say, after that. So one example there.
Yeah, this is coming back to the isolation. So, and we will give you one example, what, for example, we do and try to make other DeFis maybe doing in the space, because it's not that much popular, for example, for protocols to do, is in case you have some fee extraction, you make revenue out of the someone who is using your platform as an interface, as a protocol, or whatever you are in DeFi. You can also do something with those funds, not keeping it for yourself. Yeah, just for example, give it back to the victim. Yeah, which is always the good case. So in our case, what we do, we try to always isolate. For example, at 1inch, we have swap surplus from every user who is swapping at 1inch. And when we identify that this is a swap surplus from the bad actor's wallet, we isolate, and with the help of Zero Shadow, we also try to identify the victims and give it back based on the court order, green light from the law enforcement in case we're coordinating with them. Or actually, this is something that Zero Shadow is pushing with also Security Alliance and SEAL 911s, is the coalition of different partners where you can identify each other before sharing, for example, the fees you're isolating in case one of the partner is the victim of the hack. And yeah, so what I'm trying to say that this is the hygiene we do at 1inch for the app. And we try to also give the same hints to our partners in DeFi to do kind of the same. Yeah. And this is actually the case that we did once time with the 1inch. For those who don't know, we have two kind of swap systems at 1inch. One is aggregation. We aggregate among like all the available liquidity in the space, MMs and PMMs. And one is intent-based. So intent-based is just maker and intaker. Yeah, so we have resolvers who is providing liquidity in the 1inch fusion. We call it intent-based space. So that's why you see a resolver is usually a third-party actor, like, I don't know, Wintermute, Cumberland, and so on. So what happens, the bad actor, before it was identified by anyone as a bad actor, entered the 1inch DApp space, settled made a limit order. Limit order was settled with one of the 1inch resolvers, and 1inch resolver make huge amount of fees out of this settlement. They arbitraged. So what we did, we just isolated those fees, and then after the investigation and law enforcement coordination, we sent at least the part of the money that was stolen from the user to this victim. Yes, and thank you. Please.
Yeah, that's it. If you want to talk to us about any of these designs or playbooks, or if you want to try to join this coalition that Oris talked about, which is trying to have faster return of fees without waiting for law enforcement requests, which can take a lot of time, then just reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia and Oris. I don't know if there is any question. Maybe we have time for one. Any question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Let's welcome Ilya, Chief Information Officer at 1inch, Roxy, Governance Risk and Compliance Specialist at Zero Shadow, and Ivan, Security and Data Protection Officer at 1inch. Same stage is yours.
Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to stand on top? I think just stand. Come.
Is it working? All right. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. So today we will present lessons which we learned after passing through certifications ISO and SOC 2. But first of all, let me represent myself. I am Ilya, Chief Information Officer from 1inch. And we have also Ivan, our Security and Data Protection Officer. And also we have Roxy, a specialist from Zero Shadow. Okay, as you can see, that's the second presentation in a row where Zero Shadow and 1inch partnering. All right, so let me start from a quick question for the audience. do you have, if you see some words which you don't understand what really means, please raise your hand. Okay, which one? What's that word? Okay, continuity. Anyone else? I saw one more hand over there. No? Okay, so only continuity. Okay, that's very good enough. All right, so yeah, as I said, we got ISO and the SOC 2 Type 1 certifications, and why we did that? So first of all, that's the partners and our clients' demand. Pretty much obvious. We are going to traditional finance, and that's why we need to be prepared. We need to have badges which will show our security posture, and so on and so forth. Then that's a path to scalable credibility. Right? How we are going to find new partners, how we are going to attract new clients, right? So this certification, not only this, showing that yes, we are ready, we are compliant, and so on. And last one but not least, our original idea was pretty ambitious and enthusiastic. That do this stuff right. In terms that not only have a check marks that, oh, we are compatible, we are compliant, right? But also have that really in our company. Have everything what's being kind of pushed in ISO and SOC 2 into DNA of our company. Okay, so that's our short history. We spot demand in 2023. We spent the whole year of 2024 for transformation of our infrastructure, how we are building CI/CD, DevOps, and so on, identity management. So that took pretty much a while for us to be there. And in 2025, we proceeded with the process transformation. And also we already had, obviously, internal and external audits. And our upcoming goals is by 2026 do have a second part of a SOC 2 Type 2. To be honest, that's probably will be a little bit challenging for us because ISO and SOC 2 Type 1, I would call it theoretical one. And for SOC 2 Type 2, it will be much more harder. We will need to bring much more evidences and so on and so forth. And also in the next year, we are going to proceed potentially with other certifications which are interested for our clients. All right, so who was doing our internal audit and external audit? So first of all, thank you to Zero Shadow. Right, they not only did our internal audit, but also they helped to find a very good external auditor, Prison Security. All right, so the first thing which you should know that to get there, to be mature enough, that's a multi-dimensional journey. Okay, so that's not only check marks. You should be mature enough on all listed directions, right? So you should, for example, work on the ownership. At the beginning, when everything starts up, like everyone owns everything, right? But once you grow, there should be clear vision who is accountable for what. Documentation, the same. When you start, documentation in people mind. And probably just a little bit in the code. But once you grow, you need to onboard more people. You need to be sure that everything is documented correctly, that everything consistent with each other. So you should become mature enough from documentation perspective, grow from a tribal knowledge to formal and ideally to automated knowledge. Next one, of course, that's the processes. Right? At the beginning, it's ad hoc processes. Somebody just pushing somebody else, hey, go and do something. And there is no processes at all. no processes. And once you go, you should understand what's repeatable things you are doing from everyday life and make sure that these things becoming your process, that you understand how it works, that you can bring more people into your team and they can do from day one, okay, probably day two, what's needed, what's requested from them. Next one, that's the tools. Your tools should also become mature enough, right? At the beginning, every developer might use whatever he wants, right? And once you grow, it's becoming a problem, right? Because how you will transfer from one developer to another developer, how other person will understand that, how to, let's say, connect dots with each other. So you should also work on a proper tool set for your company, and sometimes even kill particular tools which are not being used. For example, in our company, we killed Notion in favor of Confluence. And work on your innovation, how you do innovation. Right, at the beginning, that's something, cool idea came to the mind, and overnight I wrote the code, right? But in reality, in a business-oriented company, right, idea should go through some validation, should go through some ideation, right? And you might have a subject matter experts involved and so on and so forth. So you should also work on how you innovate to make that sustainable. All right, so quick check. On the left side, you can see some phrases of hackers, right? Please count +1 if you feel that you're more on the left side, right? So for example, if you believe that it works, ship it more closer to you right now, that's +1 for you, okay? If you believe that everyone contributes closer to you, another +1, okay? So next one, documentation slows us down. Access is temporary. I will clean it up later. Telegram message equals approval. Telegram or Slack or whatever. Security is everyone's jobs, so it's fine. Right? Now let's count. Who has 6 score? 6. Okay, no one. 5. Wow. I'm impressed. Okay, 4. I'm also impressed. 3. Okay, probably 1 person. Okay, 2. All right, and 1. Good. Okay, so everyone else, I assume, just too shy enough, right? Just don't want to acknowledge that, yes, it's indeed 6. All right. So here you might have see some particular terms which you should become professional of on your way to maturity, right? At the beginning, it might look like a very alienated words for you, but indeed that should become, part of your DNA. Something like vendor management. Right? How you onboarding partners, how you onboarding new vendors into your company. Data protection and privacy, very serious thing once you have billions and billions of dollars going through your startup and you indeed working with people data. Right? Security incident response plan, the same, right? It's better to be prepared ahead of a time while doing that on a hawk. Then, I don't know, risk assessment, risk management, right? The same type of policy acknowledgement, and so on and so forth. So we went through all these things, and on the path to maturity, it's necessary to learn all of that. All right. So as you might. Lesson number 1, as you probably already understand, that the key point for maturity, that's a culture, right? Culture is very, very important. Once you grow, you will feel it on your fingers, what that really means. But what also means that culture defined by your founders, right, and early employees. And once you grow, changing a culture becoming exponentially harder. So please pay attention to that. And if you feel that your company is growing and something not going right, it's probably due that change that, fix that right now rather than fix it later. Later it will be much more harder. Right? So key point here is that leadership defines culture, and you should do understand what your actually culture means. It might be, I don't know, as in our case, we still doing hackathons. Okay, we have per year around 8 hackathons, but we put a corresponding processes around that to do that in the right way, in a manageable way. All right, next one, very, very important. That's the ownership must be explicit, not implied. Right? When you start, everyone responsible. But once you grow, it means that nobody is responsible. Nobody, everybody kind of mentally pointing out to another person, oh, that's that guy responsible. But no, you should be pretty much clear who is responsible for what. Who is doing CI/CD, who is doing code testing, and so on and so forth. All right, and next, like a real lesson learned, that's Telegram. And not only Telegram, so but Telegram primary, right? Because in the crypto, Telegram became de facto standard, right? But as you might see, it's hard to manage that in an enterprise way. For example, you have a secret chats, secret groups with your clients, with your partners, and then somebody quit your company. And you have to manually delete that person from all of those groups. And the same with onboarding, right? Somebody coming in, how to bring that person into all these Telegram groups. So we, together with Synapse, build Telegram bot, which made us compatible with identity management. In our case, that's Okta. We are using Okta. All right, and probably Ivan.
Yeah, that would be me. Hello, Ivan here. So I'm going to talk about policies, but not configuration policies, but the documents that we usually go next, yes to all, apply all, goodbye, and haven't read them at all. So it was a bit different because in order to do them, you need to have highest management buy-in from them to read the policy owners to understand them, to know what they're putting inside, and then. But let's first talk about the policies. So it's actually a document, high-level document, where we actually say what do we want to do and why do we want to do whatever we want to do. And now, once we have that...
Can I jump in quickly?
Please.
So policies is like a smart contracts, but for your company.
Okay. Good. Yes. So we need to have policies in place. We need to align with the policies, and not only if we don't have them documented and followed, it actually means we don't have even the structure within the company. Next slide, please. And not only the policies, but we also need to have additional documents, which are guidelines, procedure that says who does what and in which way. So these are also the really important thing that we need to have it, because we need to write it down and we need to document it. And the thing is, where we think we had advantage on compared to other companies is that we had a knowledge management team. So knowledge management team was able to gather all of this information, gather all of this data that we have, and manage it properly, so it was much easier and faster for us to move during the certification itself. So how did we actually did it? So we mapped the current state, then we educated the people, raised awareness, what do we need, what they actually need to do. Of course, there is a pushback always. Why do I need to do the papers? I like to do what I'm doing. I don't want to do that. But okay, at the end, with the buy-in from the highest management, this was overridden at the end. And so we had a knowledge management team who supported in all of this. We enforced it. And right now, we are going to the SOC 2 Type 2, where all of this is continuously documented. I think that's it. Okay. Sorry, Rox is next. Sorry, Rox.
Thank you, everyone. All right, compliance accelerates maturity when done right. Very bold statement. The first thing we need to understand is, what is compliance? Compliance is the adherence to laws, regulations, your contractual obligations to your clients or as a service provider. The second step is to understand what compliancy is applicable to me, from jurisdictional regulations to jurisdictional legislations and to obviously your contractual obligations. So the first step there, when you start all of that and you understand that, is we need to look at automation. Automation to scale. We've got to have that at the back of our head. So while we're doing all of this, we need to understand, okay, what do we need to automate? What are the repetitive tasks? So when you look at compliance, and they say it reveals invisible weaknesses, it just ties into risk management. Because when you know what your compliancy applicability is, then you set parameters. And when you set parameters, you are able to identify the risks associated, or the, as they say here, the failures before they actually happen. The second part is, and this is a myth buster. So when I go into a lot of companies, I ask them, who's in charge or who's responsible for security? And the question that or the feedback that I get is the head of security, or the CIO, or the CISO. But that is not correct. So, security is a shared responsibility. So we do it, it's an inclusive, it's an inclusive game changer, basically, in the company. So every single person in that company basically contributes to security. And then we talk about build continuous accountability. So it takes you from reactive to proactive. So now you're not firefighting, you're fireproofing, because you're able to identify risks before they happen. You are able to identify incidents before they occur. And that is what compliancy is, and that's how it accelerates your maturity. Next slide, Elia. Right. The auditor is not your enemy. So I use many caps, and one is an auditor's cap, and I'm hopefully not a scary looking person. So what the auditor does is it takes your intent, which is your policies, and the controls that you've implemented. So basically what you've operationalized. And we as auditors validate that your controls are what they are. So when it says that they validate what actually works, it takes your existing controls that you've implemented that's on paper and looks at it in a practical environment. So they say accelerate maturity by forcing clarity, accountability, and continuous improvement across teams. It just means that now everybody's accountable. We've got responsible people in each area. So it is I would say a family-orientated mission in terms of compliancy. And that ties into your governance, risk, and compliance.
Thank you. All right, probably I will skip a little bit payoff just in sake of a time. But yeah, we are maturing more and more, and hopefully from year to year it will become. So what's key takeaways? First of all, compliance is not bureaucracy, right? If you think that it's bureaucracy, that means that, yeah, you should take a look more closely. Culture shift is the hardest. I hope that we explained that that's really culture, that's a key point there. And then DeFi actually compatible with enterprise standards. They not contradict, they are compatible, right? And that, from our perspective, lead to sustainable innovation. All right, any questions?
Hi, wonderful presentation, thank you. You mentioned you're moving from Notion to Atlassian as an example of different software. I will call them like Web 2 in this example. What would be the examples of Web 3 softwares that you had to move in order to comply with this sort of standards?
Sorry, what?
What sort of software in Web 3? So like the CI/CD processes or monitoring infrastructure, do you have examples of Web 3 tools that you had to move in order to achieve this kind of standards?
From Web 3, to be honest, I don't remember that we removed something, but we are very, very picky to onboard new. Oris, do you remember somebody? Hypernative. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, thank you.
One more question.
So what kind of advantages does it really give you to go through all this painful stress it is to get to be compliant? And if you enjoy that, are you going to the maximum pain and getting DORA as well? DORA compliance.
Yeah. Yes, a very good topic, DORA. Yes, that is something in the future, but not at the moment in terms of what the applicability is in the market. In terms of continual improvement and what we do, yes, they do enjoy it. The company has, 1inch has embraced compliancy. It's not a one and done. It's continual improvement. We've transferred business knowledge across to the whole team, so it's everybody getting involved in it. So yeah, I think you guys are enjoying the journey.
I do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? One more.
Well, thank you for the talk. I think to founders and a lot of early teams, we obviously know this is important and nice to have, but the question is when and how much money we need to spend on it. And especially if clients are not asking for it, partner are not asking for it, and government is not asking for it, then how much money do we spend on this and why and when?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to wait again?
So it's not about, you can't just put a number on it. Your auditor's cost to get you validated, yes, there's a set cost, but when it comes to implementation, it depends on the size of your organization, the complexity of your platforms, the people, the processes, the technology.
The
so
maturity.
It's all dependent, yes, on your maturity posture. So at Zero Shadow, we meet you at your current state, and we take you from there. We don't just say it's a blank slate or we use a paintbrush across every client. It's dependent on the client's organization. So if you want to, just come and chat to us.
Yeah, just to add, if you're interested in numbers, so if you want just to have a check market, ISO and SOC 2, yes, you can do it like a really, really cheap, but that will bring you like literally nothing. It will give you just these badges, and every next, let's say, audit, major audit, can reveal that it's that's just how to say, just a picture. Okay, so in our particular case, let's say if you would want just check marks, it's small amount, but we spent, I would say, pretty much big amount of money, like a 6-figure for adapting, for bringing required systems, to bringing required integrations, to bring required companies as a partners, and so on and so forth. So that's again, that depends on your appetite.
Actually, you can spend all your money for certification, and you can always upgrade your certification. You can spend all of your profit and you can still find a few more holes that you can fill. So the budget is not there. It's important that you mature, so you have a team that knows what it's doing, that is patching what needs to be patched, that is compliant, and that's it, basically.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have a really
Thank you.
Short break, and then we'll start with the lightning session. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was nice. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. All right, so our esteemed MC is not here, so I'm just going to go ahead and kick us off. This is the start of our 5-minute lightning round. Okay, there we go. Now the music's gone. All right, so we'll simmer down and get started. 5-minute talk, so timer hasn't started yet, but it will soon. So it's going to be a quick one. Okay, so this is a general topic, just a collection of thoughts that I've had over the years working in the industry on how we're going to meet institutional adoption in the industry in terms of security leadership, what security leaders in the space should be thinking about if you're a protocol lead or you work with, or rather a security lead at a protocol or a CISO or just someone who happened to have been given the security hat at your company because they haven't figured out a formal title yet. These are generally things to keep in mind that kind of differentiate, I would say, people that are good at security researchers from people that are actually like good security leaders and actually know how to take on a lot of the additional responsibilities that implies. So these are all very just simple 3 points, fit in 5 minutes. The first one, because I worked at a security vendor for about 4 years, and then I actually worked at a different security vendor before my current job at Turnkey, where I do solution engineering. We do notice that, like, I would say in this industry, especially when you're getting started, there's a big focus on like working with external vendors on security audits, on setting up a bug bounty platform with people like Immunify, maybe even getting monitoring software, which are all good things, and these are very important things to spend money on. But I've often seen teams sometimes skip the step of actually building up internal security prowess and building and paying for both internal security personnel, hiring a security lead or security engineer or security researcher at some point. Sometimes their CTO or a specific security or a specific software engineer will take on those responsibilities initially, but eventually you need to start spending internally. Maybe also building internal tooling, spending a lot of internal time on bug fixes, maybe also assigning time for your software engineers to do bug hunting rather than just coding the whole time. And then generally just looking out and thinking about like, okay, what kind of return on investment are we getting for security spend? I've seen people spend buy 5 audits on the same code base and have them run in parallel, and then you basically paid 5 different auditors to find mostly the same bugs all simultaneously. So start thinking about like, what are you actually getting for the money that you're spending so you can do it more effectively. Maybe start to evaluate some of your auditors against one another if they are looking at similar scopes. Think about who's most effective. I think what's really effective is starting out with some very cheap security research auditors that you have a very productive relationship with to find a lot of early security issues in your code base, as well as working with your internal security team, and then bring in a really like brand name security firm like OpenZeppelin, like Trail of Bits, Spearbit, others, to actually do your final audit, who can hopefully find the very obscure stuff that your original team could not find, because a lot of the like very simple stuff has already been found and it's not going to like detract them. Second, I think what differentiates good security leads is that you're not just focused on your internal security, you're actually having external conversations. You're talking to your customers, you're talking to the people that are integrating with you, you're talking to ecosystems. If you're deploying on a chain, you're talking to other people building on that same chain. If you're going multi-chain, you're talking to node operators, bridge operators. Ideally, you are even communicating with security ecosystems such as SEAL 911, BSSC, Web 2, and Web 3 security groups, and learning about like active threat landscapes. And I think the most important aspect of this is that you know who to reach out to in like high-risk situations where you're like, okay, we got to like, there's some funds that have been stolen. We need to move quickly to see if we can freeze them. We need to contact Zero Shadow. We need to contact SEAL. We need to contact these exchanges, these bridge operators. If you have those pre-existing relationships, or you have a relationship with someone who at least knows how to reach out to them and is trusted, you're not going through an email or a form. You're directly contacting someone you have a prior work relationship with. That is going to greatly accelerate your speed in being able to resolve an incident. So I think this really differentiates a good security researcher who can sit in a cubicle or in just anywhere in the world and find bugs, but if you can't actually reach out and find the people that are going to help resolve those bugs, that's not going to necessarily make you a good security leader. A good security leader is someone that can actually go out and communicate with these people and establish these relationships. And then the third thing is like when it comes to actually showcasing security, and this is probably the most important part for institutional adoption, is that you're showing substance and not just security theater. Now, security theater maybe works for initial conversations. You can say, hey, we got these certifications, we've gotten all these audits, et cetera. That doesn't mean your current security state is good. Someone can do an audit of your code base a year ago. That doesn't mean today's code base is actually going to be safe. But if you're showing like, hey, this is the deployment process that we do, this is the way that we have separated our access control, you can speak to it intelligently intelligently beyond just like maybe ranting off what ISO 27001 is telling you should do or WebSock should do, which are still good certifications to have, don't get me wrong, but can you actually establish what your security practices look like? Can you maybe even give advice to the integration partners you're working with and actually tell them what their security model should consider, where you fit in their security model? And then can you like align those controls, do monitoring, and actually like maybe showcase things, have an incident page. And then of course, if you ever find yourself in an incident, you can actually communicate that effectively and talk to a lot of different teams, have very detailed postmortems, have very detailed communications with all the teams that depend on you, and showcase that, like, you know, even in a case where your security might have failed in some sense, you show a very robust process in how you deal with incidents. So the final quote I'll leave you with is institutions don't just adopt technology, they work with leadership they can trust. Most security leaders out there in Web 2, they don't know how to evaluate good security in Web 3. But if you sit down in front of them and you speak intelligently about your security model, even if they don't understand all of it, if they understand that you take your job seriously and that you think about a wide array of threats and that you're protecting against them, that will go a very long way. They will say, maybe I don't understand the technology enough to trust it, but I trust you because you're building the technology and you're securing it. So keep that in mind. All right, and welcome, Rajiv.
Thank you, Michael. Sorry to be late. Well, as a session chair, I'm late. Apologies for that. But yeah, as you guys know, so this is a series of lightning talks meant to be 5 minutes. And just to be fair to all the speakers, you know, I'm going to try my best. I'll be sitting right here. And when the speaker, you have a minute left, I'll just raise hands and then please try to finish on time. So, we have a long list of lightning talks, all very interesting ones. The next one is, we're going to see if we can switch it. Do we have Odysseus here? Oh, he hasn't arrived, good. So that's a good opportunity for us to switch speakers. So we're going to have John Toman from Certora talking about summary of equivalence checker and AI.
Hello? Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, hi everyone. I will finish within 5 minutes or else Rajiv is going to tackle me, I think he said. So this is a talk about verifying LLM code transformations using formal verification and equivalence checking. This is a very much abridged version of a workshop I'm going to be giving tomorrow that's going to be 60 minutes long instead of 5 minutes long. So a lot of details I'm glossing over here will be expounded upon in that one. This is really just to give you a high-level overview. So a quick digression before I start talking about like all of the technology here is that at Certora we have this Certora Prover, which is our flagship technology. And it allows us to verify smart contracts and Solidity, but crucially it relies on static analyses of storage, of memory, and it uses this to optimize representations and all of that. And so a frequently abused feature of Solidity is inline assembly. And this is frequently causing us issues with these analyses. Our analyses work on most bytecode, but if you do something particularly egregious or tricky, we end up not working so well. And so to give you an example of what I'm talking about, this is an example from Solati. It's heavily optimized, it's cache efficient, it is overriding the free pointer in ways that they really shouldn't be. And it's extremely galaxy brain. From the name safe transfer from, we have some idea about what it's doing, but really understanding this is hard. And I'm not trying to pick on Solati in particular. This code is actually quite brilliant, but it is representative of a lot of different DeFi code these days. It actually kills these static analyses, like I said, and also it's not hard, it's not super easy to audit either. So that's the motivation. Can we automatically generate equivalent implementations for auditing, code review, analysis, whatever? So there are two parts of this, automatically generate and equivalent. And I'm going to focus on this first part here, automatically generate. And because it's the year of our Lord 2025, this is going to be AI powered, right? So we take some complex code, feed it into some LLM, and say, please rewrite this. Please make sure it's right. And out comes some nice higher level Solidity code that's easy to audit, analyze, whatever. So is it this simple? Look at our nice little system diagram. Is it really this simple? Well, again, when it comes to AI powered, you of course get AI powered mistakes. So this is actually a rewrite between the original safe transfer from and a rewrite that was proposed by Claude. And it looks really, really close. And in fact, it is really, really close, but they are not actually equivalent. And it's due to this very nice looking ABID code here. And this is not super surprising because these LLMs tell us very often that they can make mistakes. So what we actually do is we take one of these Solidity files, we feed it into, with this prompt to the LLM, out comes a simplified version. We take the original and then feed it into this tool called Concord, which formally verifies whether two smart contracts are equivalent on all possible inputs. If it is, we give it back to the user. If not, we get an explanation, which we feed back into the LLM. And this whole process is what we call concordance. Now, we need to focus on the second part of this, which is equivalent. And so the intuitive definition that I'm going to give is that two programs are equivalent if they do the same thing on the same inputs, right? So we have input 1, feed into programs P1 and P2, out comes the same output. So that is a good starting point, but a more precise definition would be something like an external actor should never be able to tell the difference between two equivalent implementations. And I'm really gesturing towards side effects here, right? So what are those side effects? Changing storage, emitting a log event, calling another contract, which is balance transfers, creation, also self-destruct technically, but you're not supposed to use that anymore. Crucially, what it does not include is any local parts of the computation, memory, stack. And why not? Well, we said an external actor, and stack and memory are not visible to an external actor once the contract ends, and so we do not consider them to be part of the side effects of the execution. We also exclude gas. It's very important, but if we insisted on equivalent gas, we would essentially be insisting on equivalent implementations. So this is our formal definition of equivalence. I'm not going to go super deep into detail here about it, but come to the workshop if you're interested. So next we have to talk about how we formally verify this equivalence. We use Sortora. We need to express equivalence as a mathematical formula that can then be checked by the prover's symbolic reasoning. Roughly, we encode equivalence as equality of side effects and equality of return, and then we verify this with the Sortora prover. So we take this diagram we saw before, and we can then actually treat it as these functions as returning output, and then their storage, logs, calls, etc. And then we can create this formula and then check it with the Sortora prover. I've glossed over a lot, namely how any of this actually works. You can look at the Concord tech report if you'd like, or come to the workshop. So this has been successful. In fact, using Concord, we found a Viper compiler bug with optimizations turned on and turned off. So this is actually useful outside of the rewriting workflow that I've described so far. So one last thing I'm going to speed through is that we output this explanation. We get this by analyzing the counterexample that was given by the solver, and then we use that to create a high-level human-readable version, sort of human-readable. So for example, this one, this is different because, well, all the details here that you need are here. The difference is actually here. This happens if the callee contract that you did the transfer from to is returns 2, which is not a valid encoding of a Boolean, which changes the revert behavior. The original returns with a transfer from failed hash. The other one returns with an empty buffer because ABI decode. It proposes this fix, and so on. And I'm going to actually just skip right past these. The point is that you can use this for all sorts of different rewritings. That's all. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, John. And for all this, if you have questions, if you want to know more, please, the speakers are going to be there today and tomorrow as well. So we're going to go on to the next talk. Do we have Gabriel? All right. Yeah, please. So Gabriel from Ensuro is going to be talking about secure governance for DeFi companies. And while he's getting set up, so can I request all the speakers of lightning talks in this session to please make their way forward and maybe sit somewhere close by?
You're extended.
Cool. And there is so you can see your slides, your presentation here on the on the monitor here, and on this there is also a clock, a timer, and that counts down. So please do stop when it hits 0. All right. Yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. So we're going to talk about secure governance, specifically about multi-sig transactions, which is the main part of the governance on a blockchain-based company. I'm the CISO at Ensuro, and I'm mentioning this because we are an actual blockchain-based company operating for the past 4 years, and we use this a lot. So this is a set of tools that we built. And the problem we're trying to solve is that blockchain protocols evolve. We have to deploy new smart contracts when a new customer is onboarded, so we have configuration configuration changes, we have permission changes, and we have fonts being moved around. And the way that the Safe UI shows these transactions is hard to review, especially for a non-technical user, which is the one that the ones that are authorizing these transactions on our company are not all technical. So our CFO authorizes transactions and he's not technical. Our CTO authorizes transactions and he is technical and he can read this call data and probably figure it out, but the CFO can't. So that's the problem we were trying to solve. And the way we do this is, first of all, we defined a chain set, which is the definition of a multi-sig transaction that we want to execute. And here we say, okay, this is going to run through this specific multi-sig. This is going to use a time lock and the delay defined for that time lock. And this is what's going to be run, right? This step. This is going to be a contract function call with these parameters. And the parameters are an address, which is expressed as an address alias, and an enum in this case, and it's expressed as the value in the enum, not as a 0 or a 1 or a 2 or whatever index in the enum corresponds. And this is probably the most useful part of it all. We can define tests right there in the chain set, right there in the multi-sig transaction definition. And these tests are run before sending the transaction to the safe multi-sig for signing. This is the first part, and this can be created. This chain set can be created by a non-technical user. It's not very difficult. It's a very simple format. It can be created by an intern. It can be created by a junior member of the team, or it can be created by an LLM. Once we have this, goes on a pull request on a GitHub repo, because this is code in the end. It goes through a review process. Once it's approved, there's a workflow in a GitHub Actions, in our case, that creates the safe multi-sig proposal. And that's the only permission that this action has. It's a delegator on the multi-sig, so it can only create transactions but cannot sign them. And the person that created the chain set has no permissions at all on the multi-sig, only our workflow. So this creates a proposal on safe multi-sig. And of course, we were still having the problem that when the users, the signers, were ready to sign this, they were seeing this call data, especially when there were time lock and other complex contracts in the middle. So we also created a Safe UI app that is integrated into the Safe UI that shows this friendly definition of the transaction, which comes from the manifest that we saw before and from some intermediate artifacts of that, and shows step by step what's being executed. It shows the TX hash, and this is very important because on Safe there's several ways you can sign the transaction. You can sign an EIP 712 struct, but that's very difficult for a non-technical user to understand, or you can just sign the hash as a text, and that's what we are using for signing. And a hash is easy to verify to any user, right? You use your eyeballs and you check that the hash you are seeing on your wallet for signing, on your hardware wallet for signing, and the hash that you are seeing on the UI is the same. Besides that, we also have notifications on our Discord, internal Discord messaging service. And it also shows the hash, and it also shows the detail of the transaction that's going to be executed. This serves more of as a call out, you know, hey, you have this proposal, this transaction to sign, but it also works as a second or third check, because the hash that's being shown here, the FTX hash being shown here, is generated independently from what's being shown in the actual Safe UI. So a hacker would have to compromise 3 different parts of code, 3 different systems to compromise us. We actually added this after the Bybit hack, analyzing how the Bybit hack happened and how we could avoid it with our tooling. So yeah, this is kind of it. We just wanted to show these tools. We want to make these tools available. Actually, the Safe UI app is already open sourced. And the rest of the tools for creating the transactions and running the test and all of that, we can make them open if anyone is interested. We just need to put in some work to extract it from, from our system and open source it. And then as next steps, we are planning on adding in-browser verifications or even running the test right in the browser. So if you trust the app, you trust what you are seeing here. And then you can deploy the app on IPFS or some static hosting, and you can trust it that it doesn't change. Maybe ENS support, because right now we are using an internal address book, like a mapping from names to addresses. Using ENS would be really cool. So yeah, here you have my contact information. If you're interested in this, you can find me out there in a little bit and contact me here. Thank you.
Cool stuff. Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin from Veridice, who's going to be talking about statically safe, proving security with semantic queries.
I didn't realize we had them there. Okay, thanks everybody. I'm here to talk to you about how to keep our programs safe statically. So if anyone here has performed an audit or reviewed code for bugs, they may be familiar with the rather draining experience of the increasing cognitive load that happens as you identify more and more potential issues in your code. And what I mean by cognitive load here is that as you think about more and more potential attack vectors and more potential problems which might lead to a hack, the number of ways in which these potential problems can manifest and the number of things that you need to check grows much more quickly than the number of problems that you identify. So these are all kind of example questions we might ask when we are auditing a program. For example, if we have a lending protocol, we might wonder, is a health check always called before money is withdrawn? Or if we're interacting with some address in some internal function, we want to be sure that we always know that address has been validated at some point to be something in the protocol and not something that could lead to us getting exploited by a reentrancy. And this leads to a kind of loop that we wind up having to deal with for each function, for each property that we are concerned about, for each of those functions, for each call site of that function. Is it possible that the inputs are going to violate this property? This is going to require eventually just meticulous note-keeping, tracking, being very careful that can transform kind of the fun, creative aspect of bug finding into something that is stressful and even error-prone. And when we approach meticulous problems, we often ask ourselves, can I just have a computer do this for me? And so what we'd like to do is take our bug, our idea for an attack, ask the computer, is this bug in my code? Yes, check mark, or no, it's not in my code, and I'd like to move on. Now, computer is an increasingly vague term these days. We can be using all kinds of different tech stacks to try to identify bugs. We might be using AI. We could fuzz and test in various different scenarios. We can work to apply full formal verification. We can try to apply some static analysis, which is ideally sound. And I've tried to map these out here across 3 properties that I think are relevant to cognitive load in auditing. Whether we can ask custom queries, right? So lots of static analyzers today. The kind of most common design pattern is we have various detectors built in, so we might not be able to ask our specific question. Automatic detection is important. We don't want to just insert more work instead of note keeping. Now you have to do a lot of extra, maybe theorem proving. And we also want to be able to trust our results. We don't want false alerts, which means that if we still have to worry about a potential problem, the tool says, no, that bug isn't present. Can we actually trust that the bug is not present? Can I actually cross that off of my audit to-do list? And I think one notable missing point in the design space here, and we can argue about my exact placement of AI or static analysis depending on your favorite tool, is when the robot here is telling us no. So if we want to reduce cognitive load, we need to be able to cross something off of our list. We need to take something out of that inner loop as we're going through our audit and say, okay, I actually don't have to check for this anymore. I don't have to trace through the call stack and check every time, has this address been validated? Yes, great, no, I propagate it to the next call site. So to reduce that, we need something where we can perform a query, have it detected automatically, have it tell us, no, there is no such instance of this bug, and then we can still sleep at night because we can trust that there are no false alerts. And the solution, I would posit, is to leverage static analyzers in a way differently than we have today. So this is an example of a static detector from Audit Hub, where we have a kind of SQL-like detection language. And the idea here is that we can be very precise.
So I'll very quickly bore you with a quote from Dijkstra that so-called natural language is wonderful for the purpose it was created for, but hopelessly inadequate when we have to deal unambiguously with situations of great intricacy, which unavoidably arise in such activities as legislation, arbitration, mathematics, or programming. And my point with all of this, and what I just want to end on, is that being able to precisely and exactly say what we want to find and what we want to not be present in our code base, and then succinctly and automatically have that checked and removed from our code is incredibly important in building trust and reducing the kind of effort and amount of cognitive load that goes into an audit. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Benjamin. Our next speaker is Jason from Hexens, who is going to be talking about scale your DeFi research with static analysis.
HDMI or USB-C?
Let's do HDMI.
Okay. Ready to go?
It's on the other side. Check, check. Hey guys, my name is Jason and I am a glider security researcher at Hexens. Today we're going to talk about scaling with static code analysis tools. So in security research, we focus on 3 different modalities. One is bug bounty programs, 2 is private audits, and the 3rd is audit contests. In each of these categories, researchers are going to review a limited scope of smart contracts to identify as many vulnerabilities as they can. In this research, it's quite excellent for identifying vulnerabilities on a project level. However, it is ineffective, and I would argue not scalable when we want to identify vulnerabilities on a blockchain level. So we have a problem, which is how do we identify vulnerabilities that just not exist in a project, but also elsewhere on chain. I believe that static code analysis can help us bridge this gap. I would argue that this is a 4th modality of instead of thinking about audit research on a project base, we think about it on a chain base. So what is static code analysis? To sum up, it is the process of querying source code, in our case smart contracts, to look for code patterns, in our case vulnerabilities. And the way we do this is we write a query, typically depending on the tool that you use, that could be Rust or Python, and this query identifies code patterns. It's programmatic, so we don't have to do any manual work besides writing the query, and it's also scalable because we could run this query as many times as we want for however long we want. There's currently in the ecosystem a list of available tools. There's Adaran, there's Slither, and the one I work on a daily basis, Glider. And this talk will be covering focused on Glider. So with static code analysis tools, we have available to us a library. Library functions that we could use to query for all sorts of things. We could look for functions defined in a contract. We could look for if a contract has been inherited by another contract. We could look for state variables. We could check for global variables. We could look for local variables. We could see where these variables flow to, which is called data flow analysis. It's extremely helpful for many vulnerabilities. And in particular with Glider, we could actually run a query against the entire chain of every verified contract. And we have that in our database. And you can run that as many times as you like, updating the query whenever you want for new contracts that are deployed on at any time. So what I want to show next is a demo of a Glider query that looks for a very famous and old vulnerability called Uniswap v2 spot price manipulation using the get amounts out function. This function obviously returns a price that is then used in a swap. And so normally in traditional research, we would have to go line by line and review and look for this function. Then we'd have to trace where this return value of getAmountsOut flows to. This requires significant effort, time, and energy on our part. We have to find the contracts that support this, that call this, that have this sort of code pattern. But with Glider, we will be able to look for this automatically. So in this video, we're going to show, this is the Glider IDE. And right up here, we have our Glider query, which is going to look for instructions. You could think of instructions as a line of code that looks for a instruction that calls getAmountsOut. And then we're going to do something called, as I mentioned before, data flow analysis, where we're going to trace where that value, that return value from getAmountsOut flows to, and we're going to check to see if it goes into this swap function. I'm going to go ahead and play the video, and we're going to run it against the Glider IDE, and it's going to scan. In this case, I have limited the results to a single infected vulnerable contract that was found 2 weeks ago. You know, as old as this is, this bug still exists. So here we could see that the contract was found and that getAmountsOut flows to the swap function. Here's all the links. We also have a Glider contest ongoing for static code analysis queries. Submit your query and get paid. It's sponsored by Ethereum Foundation. And if you guys want to let me talk, just ask questions, I'll be here. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, please go and check out all the tools that are being shown. So for the next talk is by Guillermo from Trail of Bits, who is going to be talking about mutation testing with Slither, new way to find high severity issues.
Well, hello everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Guillermo from Trail of Bits, and today we are going to talk about mutation testing and a way to find bugs that the tests are missing. So we already know that tests improve your code, and to quote Alex, he said that if your code is not tested, it is broken. So we need a way to figure out how to test our tests. So normally for a blockchain project or any project in general, you will have different kind of tests. Unit testing, for example, that test the behavior of individual functions. You can create unit tests for edge cases, for example. Then you have the next step is integration testing, where you start testing how the different contracts or the different functions interact between themselves and how the whole system works. You can create user flows, administrative flows, or whatever. We also recommend that projects that have some kind of arithmetic or rounding error, that are prone to rounding errors, also implement fuzz testing to ensure that you detect those kind of issues. But the big question here is, when you have your test suite implemented, how do you measure how effective the test suite is to catch bugs in the real life? So one answer to this would probably be coverage. Is it a useful metric to know how much your tests are covering your code base? But the thing is that coverage doesn't really explain or doesn't really show you what bugs are being missed in your code base. So for that, we will be talking about mutation testing. First, a brief description of what mutation testing is. So basically, in a normal project, you have your code base, you have your test suite, and when you run, all the tests pass, and that's the minimum expected for a project to be safe. In the case of mutation testing, we are going to introduce mutations to the code base, and those mutations can be small bugs that are introduced purposefully, like on purpose to change the code base and see if your test suite actually detects the change and make the test fail. Those mutations could be comment out a line, replace operators like assignment operators, arithmetic operators, or whatever, replace conditionals inside the if condition or for loops, for example. There are a series of many different mutators that you can introduce. So for each change that you make to the code base, you basically generate a new mutant, and you run the test suite against that mutated code base. Of course, we can have two possible outcomes. If the tests fail, then your test suite is actually detecting that bug, and everything is okay. That modification, that mutant was caught by the test suite, and you are safe from that particular mutation. The alternative is that the test pass, and now you have a problem because you modified your code base and your test still pass. So that's when you have to start investigating and see why the test passed. This is a very time-consuming process. As you know, mutations are introduced one by one. Each file and each line of each file will have to be mutated. So the idea is to automate this and not do it manually, of course. So for that, we have Slither. Slither has a tool that's called Slither Mutate. And it's meant to be easy to use, and it's supposed to be used by every project that has tests. To run Slither Mutate, you point it to the folder where your contracts are, and you specify which test command are you going to use for running. For example, we have forge test if you are using Foundry, hard hat test if you are using hard hat, or whatever custom script you have to run your tests. So what this will do, will start generating mutants, running the tests against the mutants, and detect if some of those tests don't pass with the mutant. Basically, the output for this tool will be similar to this. For each contract, each file, each mutant that it generates, it will show that it's mutating the contract name. It will show which mutator it is using, and it will show the previous line, the previous code and the new code, and it will show you if it got the mutant or not. So for big code base, this will take a long time to run. So what we suggest for auditors is that you start at the beginning of the audit to run the mutation test. For normal developers to run this once in a while to ensure that the tests actually cover everything. To finish, we have the help command and the list mutator command that you can show. And this is a blog post that we made about the tool with some real-life examples. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. The next talk is going to be from Mark from Chain Security, and he's going to be talking about try, catch, and solidity reviewed. Try to catch this.
It's just time budget. Yeah. I will do. Hello everyone. I'm Mark. I'm a blockchain security engineer at Chain Security, and I'm gonna give this lightning talk to talk about try-catch in Solidity and speak about some edge cases that we still see are not understood fully by developers, and I mean also by some auditors sometimes. So here's a recap of some edge cases. So I hope everyone knows what try-catch is. Try-catch can be used to wrap external calls or contract creation. And there's 3 different catch clauses that can be used with it: the error, the panic, and let's call it the low-level catch clause. So the error clause would be used on normal reverts with a reason and condition, whereas like panics would happen when like it is for errors that are not supposed to be there in bug-free code, such as like arithmetic overflow, invalid array accesses, or division by zero, and asserts. And the low-level fallback is any errors that do not match the above two. So, for example, decoding the error data of the error or the panic, if this fails, would then be caught in the low-level fallback clause. Also, out of gas and custom errors would fall back into that one. And let's do a small quiz, right? Like this is a simple example: external call into interface I of a function foo, with an argument that comes from an internal call. And the question is like, can this revert, right? Because we use a low-level catch clause, this should catch everything, right? And turns out there's several reasons, right? First one, if the internal call reverts, even though we are inside our try, we will revert. The second one is a bit more complicated, is if C is an EOA, then Solidity performs before we enter the like a try part, we perform an X code size check, and if this one fails, we will revert. Since 8.10, the X code size check is however not done if we expect some non-zero return data size, which is our third reason, right? If we don't get the expected return data size from our external call, we will also revert and not catch this. So generally, we can think about it that everything, all the reverts in the external call will, in the callee, will be caught, whereas like reverts coming from the caller and checks introduced by Solidity that are done before the external call will not be caught. Yeah, so takeaway also, reverts inside a try or catch blocks are not caught, as you can see in the above example. As I said, Xcode size checks and return data size checks are not caught, and also the ABI decode failure on return data are caught. Thank you very much. That was all. I hope you have a great day.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark. Great reminders on the Solidity things. So we have the next speaker is Viraz from Camp Network, who's going to be talking about EIP 7702, empowering EOAs, expanding attack surfaces.
And you need to allow then entire screen.
Entire screen. And I move it. Hey, hi guys, my name is Viraz. I'm a senior smart contract engineer at Camp Network. And today I'm going to be discussing extensively about EIP 7702. How has it empowered EOAs, and how has it sort of also expanded attack services on the other side of things. So we just start off with a recap of what we've seen in the space in the last few years. So attack abstraction was introduced to simplify UX for crypto for different types of users, whether retail or other degen users, so that we could get rid of the approved transactions when dealing with ERC20 tokens, or things around like paying gas in different tokens, etc., gasless transactions, and there are like the list goes on in terms of how we could made the UX more much better than it was before. And we, chronologically, we started off with these three, different EIPs and ERC standards that, we've been sort of seeing in the space. So we started off with EIP 3074, which introduced two opcodes, auth and authcrawl, and that allowed full control, like a user to give full authority to the smart contract, to do the executions on its behalf. And then there were obviously some security concerns with it because you were relying completely on the, on the contract, and if a malicious contract or things like that happen, then your, your wallet gets wiped out instantly. Then we had ERC 4337, which involved off-chain and on-chain components with user ops and a bundler to basically prepare the transactions using the user ops structs. And then an entry point contract where you would send the user op structure, the structured transaction, and the entry point would basically execute it on behalf of the user. And lastly, which is which is the most important one, is EIP 7702, which is which we are using right now, which came with the Petra upgrade. And the idea behind that was introducing a new transaction type where you would allow EOAs to attach a new delegator, and that would do transactions on your behalf on a transactional basis. And so it improved upon what 3074 came up with. Now we talk about the attack vectors and the adoption that EIP 7702 has seen. So in this chart, you've seen this is the first attack vector, which is pretty common, which is, again, which I spoke about in the previous slide, around just delegating to a malicious contract, which can still happen because some, for example, a layman user or a retail user sometimes doesn't verify the delegator that that you are basically giving control to, and in one click, if you don't do your checks and verifications in that sense, like decoding call data and things like that, so you can just delegate to a malicious delegator and your entire wallet gets wiped out in one click. The second one is a bit more interesting, which is around redelegations, where if a user is is into using different account like delegated contracts, and they keep they redelegate often to different delegator contracts, then there can be a case where the storage slots differ, and again which comes down to the previous issue where you don't verify the the codes part of the delegators, and because of the storage slots being different, there can be you face issues when doing executions or things like that with these delegators. Now we have this interesting Dune dashboard that was created by Wintermute, and as of yesterday, as of 18th November, in fact, we have seen there have been more than 5.5 million authorizations, more than 2,100 contracts. We have seen more than 12 million addresses who have just used these delegators. Now, the right chart is a bit more interesting, where the orange part is around the malicious delegations that have been made, which you can see is a lot, right? So that's the point that I was speaking about, that you need to be very careful when interacting or delegating to a different to a delegator. Yeah, and now this is the non-adoption part, where we have seen that this is a website called 7702 Beat, which basically states the days since EIP 7702 has been live. And these are the wallets or the dApps that haven't adopted it yet. And I believe it's not just, and notable people have tweeted about it, and I believe that it's not just about the attack vectors, but it's about the narratives that have been created in the space around meme coins or H4 agents and side of things, things like that, and which also have more business profitability as well, and that's why we have not seen this. But I'm on the bandwagon of people where I support it, and I believe that everyone should support EIP 7702. So yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for listening in, and I'll be around, and if you want to have a chat around this, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Viraz. Please welcome our next speaker, Valentin from Diligent Security, who is going to be talking about testing ZKVMs for soundness and completeness bugs.
All right. Yeah. Hi. This is joint work with my colleagues Christoph and Maria from TU Wien. So why should we fuzz ZKVMs? Well, there's two main reasons. One of them is that they're incredibly complex. There's a lot of optimizations people are implementing to get them to be even faster. And that, of course, has a possibility to introduce bugs. And, of course, they will also become very critical in the near future for the correctness and security of upcoming blockchains, including the Ethereum L1. So there are two main bugs. The most critical bugs are soundness and completeness bugs. And the soundness bugs, in simple terms, is essentially when a ZKVM accepts an invalid execution. And the completeness bugs are essentially kind of a dual where a ZKVM would reject a valid execution. And as you can imagine, both of these bugs are critical, and they could result in catastrophic financial and reputational damage for the teams building the ZKVMs, but also anybody that's building on top of them, right? In this talk, I'll give a quick overview of how we use fuzzing to detect those. Fuzzing is a testing technique that's been used widely in industry to find bugs in very complex systems. So Argus is the first fuzzer that allows you to detect soundness and completeness bugs in ZKVMs. And it already supports 6 different ZKVMs and found 11 critical bugs in 3 of them. So in particular, it found 3 soundness bugs and 8 completeness bugs in these VMs we tested. And we also found, we also got some bug bounties for the bugs we found. And the whole infrastructure builds on another fuzzer we built a while ago called Circus, which is targeting these circuit processing systems, like, for instance, Circum or Noir. And it found also a lot of bugs, 20 soundness and completeness bugs in 4 different systems. And if you want to learn more about this fuzzer, check out my talk at DevCon last year. Or you can also look at the research paper we published very recently at CCS, which is a top security conference. So now let me try to give you a very brief overview of how Argus works. So the first thing that Argus does is it will generate a Rust program, R, with an expected outcome, E. And this is one of the key innovations. How we generate this Rust program is one of the key innovations in Argus, but unfortunately I won't have time to cover this in detail here. Once we have the program, we can then go to the input generator, which generates inputs for this program. And with these two, we can then actually run the program on the ZKVM. If the ZKVM crashes, we find a completeness bug. They are shown in orange on this slide. The soundness bugs are shown in red. If the ZKVM doesn't crash, we get a proof, P, and we also get an output, O. So then we can actually use the ZKVM's verifier to check if the proof is valid. If the verifier crashes, or if it rejects the proof that was just generated, then that would again be a completeness bug. If the prover accepts the proof, if the verifier accepts the proof, and the output is different from the one that we expect, then that constitutes a soundness bug. So now you can already, with this very simple pipeline, you can already find both soundness and completeness bugs. But essentially, we went one step further by introducing so-called like adversarial ZKVM. So this is the second key innovation in Argus. Basically, we took existing ZKVMs and kind of patched it to introduce some subtle faults during the execution that will allow us to generate invalid proofs. So with this adversarial ZKVM, we can then again generate another output and another proof. And we can again invoke the normal verifier to see if it crashes. If it doesn't crash, we can again check if the output that we get from the adversarial ZKVM is different from the expected output in which case we found a soundness bug. And this is actually how we found all 3 soundness bugs in, that we reported. So unfortunately, I don't have more time to go into details, but please feel free to reach out to ask about more details on Argus, or if you want to fuzz your ZKVM, let me know and talk to me. Thanks.
Really cool stuff. Thanks, Valentin. Our next speaker is Nikesh from Open Zeppelin, who is going to be talking about unconstrained machines.
Okay. I'm going to talk about our security review of ZIS. So, the agenda is what is ZIS, some security properties, some vulnerabilities we found, some thoughts on tooling. This is going to be very, very quick, so if you see something on the slides that I don't cover, or you just want to talk to me about something about it afterwards, I'll leave my details on the screen. Okay, so what's ZIS? ZIS is a ZKVM. It's compatible with 64-bit RISC. Importantly, from our point of view, it's optimized for low latency proofs, which is really good if you want real-time proving. First big win, it's open source. That means it's transparent, no lock-ins for users, lots of love from Open Zeppelin because of that. But the one I'm going to highlight at the moment is it's lots of well-encapsulated components, which is really useful. So that makes it good for security reviews. Quick anatomy of a ZISC program. So if you start with some program counter at the start, and then you execute a bunch of instructions and you get to the end, then you have a valid ZISC program. So to make sure we're executing the correct instructions, there's a ROM component, that's a whole separate circuit, and its job is to make sure that every instruction we execute was preloaded as part of the valid instruction. One of those instructions might access memory. There's a separate component to make sure that you're doing that consistently and making sure you're aligning all the addresses correctly. One of those instructions might use a register. We want to have a separate component to make sure that we're reading and writing the latest state. The timestamps have to have a range check, a separate component for that. Once we're sure we're executing the right instruction, we have a separate component to make sure that the execution was done correctly. And as you can see, the pattern here is what we're doing is just breaking it up into all sorts of little components to try and handle each part individually. If it turns out the program itself is just too long, then we just break that into a separate component and then just have a separate point there. So the intuition here about what ZISC is trying to do is that they've broken this into a bunch of different components. Each of these can be proven independently, and therefore the latency goes down because you can do them all in parallel. And then you can get like real-time proving, and they're really trying to optimize for that. From my point of view, the other thing I'm going to say is this also just happens to be really good for security, because whenever we're reviewing the system, it has very, very clean interfaces, and you can like sub them in and out, so it's really easy that way. So I just think it happens to be a good little... it's a very complicated system that is broken into very simple components, so I think that just makes it really useful. Cool. Let me just go through some of the bugs that we found, just for the sake of it. Some background. If you tried to do a lookup like an XOR, you want to validate that A XOR B equals C. Keep in mind the prover gets to pick all of these, so it's our job to make sure it's consistent. What we do is we construct one of these binary tables where we have all of the possible 1-byte values of A, all of the possible 1-byte values of B, and then the corresponding value of C. And then we just go from least significant bytes to most significant byte, one at a time, just making sure it's all consistent. We have a separate one of those for every single opcode, every binary opcode at least. So the problem here, if we're looking at the less than or equal to opcode, what they were doing was just checking the high byte, which works in most cases, but if they happen to be equal, the actual answer depends on checking the next most significant byte. They were missing that particular check, so we just had to recommend doing a carryover for that. This one's a little complicated to explain. I won't go through it in detail just because we won't have time, but I might just mention that if you're looking at a 32-bit opcode in a 64-bit machine, one question that comes up is, what do you actually count as the high byte? Should I consider byte number 3 or byte number 7 to be the high byte? It doesn't actually matter as long as you do it consistently, but there was like an inconsistency in 2 parts of the system, and that caused a couple of bugs in this case when you're trying to do that correction. And the last one I'm going to talk about is the carry. If you're trying to add, let's say, A plus B equals C, if you have an overflow in one of the bytes, you need to carry the 1, obviously. Some of the operations have a carry, some of them don't. Sometimes the carry should start at 1, sometimes it should start at 0. The way this is all handled is with this has initial carry flag. that wasn't constrained. So that means that it was always possible to turn the ones into zeros and zeros into ones when you're just doing the initial carry. So you get an off by one error. There is a slight subtlety with this factor of 2, which I won't bother explaining, other than just noting that it is still possible, even though there's a slight complication there. It's still possible to turn the zeros into ones and the ones into zeros. Okay, so a couple of observations. Those first 2 bugs were like logic bugs. And as it turns out, they have a transpiler, where they start with a RISC program, turn it into a ZISC program, and then they just transpile those operations, and they weren't using any of the buggy opcodes. So that was like a part of the reason why they didn't detect those. Those are the kinds of things you detect with the test suite. But the under-constrained bugs are actually harder to detect. They're a bit more subtle. You kind of have to figure them out from either direct reasoning, SAT solving, or some sort of tooling mechanism. Okay, so this is my last slide. I'll just mention that we did experiment some tooling. We used the Z3 SAT solver. It managed to reproduce some of the findings and also found a regression bug was kind of interesting. I would love to be able to do that interactively. Maybe it's already possible. Some people have mentioned a couple of these tools. I personally haven't used them. If you have any insight into that, please let me know. I'd love to talk about it. The last thing I'm going to say is I was on a panel about 4 years ago of being skeptical of formal verification, mainly because people were talking about it for DeFi, and I was claiming it has a bunch of requirements that I don't think DeFi was meeting. But as it turns out, I think it actually does make sense for something like a ZKVM. So I'm actually excited to see that happen. I hope they will do that soon. Cool. Any questions, please hit me up in Twitter or email. Thank you.
Great. Thanks to all the speakers of the lightning session. That's the end of this session, and we go on to the next one, which is about vulnerabilities. So please stick around for that one.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone. For the next talk, we'll have OX Monsoon talking about adversarial ERC 4626, how vault share manipulation still bypasses listing screens in 2025. Very interesting talk. Welcome.
Hello, thanks. Hi, I'm a security researcher at OpenZeppelin, and I'm going to talk about vault share manipulation and in ERC 4626 vaults. Well, this vulnerability has existed for a long time. We've probably known about it for like 4 years since the vaults were first proposed. And we've seen a lot of hacks because of this in the past. And somehow they have gone down in number, but they haven't been completely eradicated yet. And so this presentation is about the hacks that still happened this year and what we can learn from them and prevent them from happening in the future. All right, so let's talk about the vault. So ERC 4626 was proposed like 4 years ago in 2021. Did the screen go blank? Okay, it's fine. Okay, it went blank again. I should probably not step on the wire, I'm sorry. So yeah, they were proposed 4 years ago. I think most of the people in the room are probably familiar with them. They are basically for yield-bearing tokens. You could deposit assets. Those assets are put to use in some other protocol. They earn yield, and for that, you're given like share tokens, which you can always redeem for the underlying assets. And they are, okay. I think, all right, it's back again. So it's a very widely adopted standard in DeFi now. Can you please see what's happening? I don't know. What's causing the issue now? All right, so I'll continue while we see what the problem is. So these vaults basically maintain an internal exchange rate between the amount of underlying assets and the shares that the vault has minted. So let me try to move to the next slide. So I'd say the elephant in the room with the ERC-4626 vaults is the exchange rate. Because this exchange rate, how it's calculated, usually depends like, it's what usually on, it's the thing on which basically it depends whether the vault is secure or not, and whether the integrations in other protocols are secure or not. Any protocol that uses these vault tokens may be at risk if the exchange rate can be manipulated. So, should I continue or should I stop? I should go? Okay. All right. All right. So usually this exchange rate is calculated by dividing the total number of assets that the vault has been given to or deposited by the total number of shares. But there are two ways to actually get the assets into the vault. One is by using the deposit or mint functions. The other, you can just donate assets to the vault by using like an ERC-20 transfer. So that can increase the exchange rate artificially, and which may not be good for integrating protocols. So integrating protocols usually to get to see like how much the shares are worth, call the convert to assets function. They supply a number of shares to the function, and that gives you the number of assets. So imagine, let's say a lending protocol is using wrapped staked ETH, and it wants to know like how much is a wrapped staked ETH worth in staked ETH. So they can just call the convert to asset functions, and then they'll get the amount of staked ETH. Then they can use, let's say, a Chainlink Oracle that supplies them the price of staked ETH to USD, and then they can basically use the functions of the lending protocol, determine how much collateral, how much health factor, and whatever else is required. So, does this mean that using ERC-4626 vaults in your protocols means that you're wrecked? Not necessarily. So let's see what it really depends on. So I'd say there are a few preconditions for any kind of hack in integrating protocols to happen. First is that the convert to assets function or any other function that provides the exchange rate of a ERC-4626 vault is used. Secondly, usually you have to take the vault to a really low share supply. Because at that point, any kind of donation you do just gets amplified because there aren't a lot of shares in the vault, and the amount of assets become very large. So, and the third thing is, the integrating vault doesn't do any sanity checks on the exchange rate. So if a really large price or a really low price is supplied, it just uses that as the correct price, and that is what becomes problematic. All right, so let's quickly go through the two hacks that happened this year due to vault share manipulation. The first is the Venus hack on zk-sync era blockchain. In this one, basically, so for context, Venus is a fork of Compound V2, which is a lending protocol, which okay. You do that. I'll just continue with it. So Venus is a fork of Compound V2. The asset that was used here, that was vulnerable, was wrapped USDM, which is just an ERC-4626 vault, where, okay, all good. Where USDM is the underlying asset and WUSDM is the share token. So in this case, the vault offered no protection against donations, and the exchange rate, the convert to assets function was used for the exchange rate in Venus. And it was combined with the Chainlink Oracle, which provided USDM price in USD. All right. So the attacker first took a flash loan of a lot of ETH, and then they opened two types of position. First, they deposited ETH and borrowed all the WUSDM from the market. And then they opened another position where they deposited some amount of WUSDM. So they had from another account. So they had two positions, one in which they borrowed WUSDM and one in which they lent WUSDM. Then they took the remaining WUSDM, redeemed it for USDM. So that took the vault supply very low. And then they donated the redeemed USDM to inflate the exchange rate from 1.07 to 1.7. So after this, they were able to liquidate the position in which they borrowed WUSDM. And in the other position where they had provided it as collateral, they were able to borrow other assets. So this is how they profited. And then there were other things because the vault had a really high exchange rate. Then they were also able to use that to arbitrage over some AMMs where they bought WUSDM, redeemed it, and then dumped the USDM. So this is a flowchart on how it happened. If you see on point number 2 right here, where the price is returned, that is 1.7 USDM. That's the problem. It should have been 1.07. And that is what ended in the hack. The second example is the resupplyify hack. In this, resupplyify is CDP vault that issues a token against collateral. And the asset is the asset that was used as collateral, which was ERC4626 vault, which was empty. Now, this must ring some bells if there are any security researchers here due to the first deposit bug that everyone is familiar with, but this is not what happened here. Anyway, so it was an empty vault, and the convert to assets function was used again. So, resupplyify listed CRV USD, if that's I think that's the name of the vault token, as collateral, and it was an empty vault. So what the hacker did was they donated about 2,000 E18 worth of tokens to the vault, and then they called deposit function and minted one way of shares, and they took the exchange rate to 2E18. And because the exchange rate was so much, so another thing is the exchange rate was very high now at this point, and the vault was empty. Now, they went to, so this is the code. If you'd see, they tried to use some dead shares here, which was, I think the value was 1,000, but it did not really make much of a difference because they donated a lot of assets. So let's come to resupplyify code quickly. So if you'd see, the price was fetched using the convert to assets function by passing in 1E18. 18 was the number of decimals. Now, the hacker was already able to manipulate the price to 2E18, which, after multiplying them, returned like 2E36. And the exchange rate, which was calculated here, this resulted in 0. And this exchange rate was used in the is solvent function right here. So the LTV became 0 of the hacker, and this check passed, and so they could supply any small amount of collateral, and they were able to mint till the maximum supply for the collateral, which was like 10 million USD. So this is how the hack happened. Also due to vault share manipulation. So yeah. So what was missed in the listing checks of these collateral assets? Well, they just checked if there was a price oracle and which was there, but it was exploitable. They checked whether there was deep DEX liquidity, but that didn't really matter. And there was no check how much initial liquidity there was or how much the price per share can grow in any fixed amount of time. So all these checks were lacking, and they had like no supply and debt caps. And in the case of Resupplyify, there was a debt cap, but it was really high for an empty vault. So what did we learn from both these hacks? So there are two parts of it. Like for vault creators who are creating the ERC 4626 vaults, and then therefore learnings for integrators. So for vault creators, Euler actually wrote a really phenomenal blog on this last year, which is called like exchange rate manipulations in ERC 4626. So please go through it. I'll cover some of the points in very brief detail. So first, you could just use an initial deposit, where if you're listing a vault or if you're deploying a vault, just call it deposit or mint function and make sure you have some initial liquidity. So a lot of first deposit bugs and vault share manipulation cannot happen due to low supply of shares. You could also use virtual deposit, where instead of depositing something, just you add a certain amount to the total assets. Let's say whenever you're calculating the exchange rate, you add like 1,000 or 1e6 to the total assets. That also helps a lot. It wouldn't actually prevent it, but it's still a good measure. You could do internal asset balance tracking. So instead of calling the balance of function, you track the amounts of balance that keeps on increasing whenever deposit or mint happens, or whenever the total assets grow due to wherever you've invested it. You could also average the share price. So instead of the share price increasing at once, whenever an increase happens, it's averaged out through a few hours. That would also make it more difficult to manipulate the share price. And you could also track the exchange rates explicitly. Like whatever the exchange rate is, if it's 1.07, you just track that. You don't track the assets or balances. And then you could also add TWAP to it and whatever you want. So, all right. And you can also discard stealth donations, which is what happens due to rounding. When like if you're trying to deposit 3-way of something, but you only get tokens for 2-way of something, and 1-way just gets added to the assets. So you could discard that by keeping an explicit track of it. All right, what are the learnings for integrators? Well, firstly, do not use ERC 4626 price per share, these tokens, as the borrowable asset or base asset without caps. Like supply like very, very explicit caps, and try to use them as collateral until they mature. Have debt ceilings, have caps for the price that you want. When your listing requires some initial TVL and initial supply, because with empty vaults, they are really, really easy to manipulate. And another thing you could do is, as the integrator, you could provide some liquidity to the vault itself, and you can burn that or put that into your treasury, so you're always sure that the share amount or the total supply cannot go down by a lot, like in dangerous territories, because you also hold some shares. Another really good defense is to use a correlated asset price oracle, where you supply how much you expect the vault price to grow, and it keeps a track of it. And every time the price is, the convert to assets function is called. In this case, it's latest round data, but it could just be convert to assets. It just tracks how much time has passed and how much the yearly growth we expect, and it doesn't let the price to grow more than that, because if the max ratio is less than the current ratio, it just swaps it around. So, all right, let's move quickly. Could also use quill switches. Like this is like a monitoring recommendation. If the price per share has moved by a lot, or the liquidity shrinks by a lot, you could just pause the market. There's another thing you could do before calling the convert to assets function. You can check the total supply of the vault, and you can have a threshold. And if the total supply is below the threshold, you can just revert and wait till the time the vault has more shares. You can use market price oracles if they're present. With pull oracles, it's really easier to get price for a whole lot of newer or tail-end assets but it's not always possible. And most importantly, have a listing checklist. This is for all the integrators and curators. Everyone have a listing checklist. Have certain things that you check for every asset. You list as a collateral, or you make a market for a base asset. Have it out. Have check all of these things. So this is an example. We built this listing checklist for Compound when we used to work with Compound DAO. And you could take this for inspiration. And so this is something that we explicitly checked every time when we were listing an asset on Compound, whether like if a vault token is used, whether its share price is manipulable or not. So don't depend on audits. So don't say that this token has already been audited, so we don't need to see it. So every time what we used to do, even if it had audits, we always tried to see if in some way we can manipulate the share price by donating, by still donating, by doing all sorts of things, by taking a flash loan out of the vault. So you just need to be very vigilant. And yeah, so ERC4626 is not broken, but integrations are. And if you integrate these tokens well, and if they're made well, even if they aren't, like even if their share price is a bit manipulable, there are there are a lot of defenses that you can use. So yeah, that's about it, ma'am. All right, does anyone have any question? I think we have time for one. No?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
How do you ensure over time that the share rate is not inflated? Because usually inflation happens right when a vault is deployed, when it has 0 shares. But what if everyone withdraws all of their funds and it becomes empty again in the future? Have you thought about that?
Right. So if I go back, so if you, as a vault deployer, use some initial deposit, right? So you can always make sure that it never goes back to 0, right? And that solves the problem. All right. Thank you, guys. That's it. That's my time.
All right. For the next talk, we have Anup talking to us about when trust gets tricky, the state of TEE security today.
Mirror this one. Yeah, there you go.
All right. So everyone's just coming in, I guess. Okay, we can start. Hi, everyone. I'm Anoop, security engineer at Eigen Labs. One of the main reasons I wanted to start this talk was to sort of give a sort of information data that we found when, as part of EigenCloud, we started looking into TEs very seriously. And there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of very interesting, conflicting talks and predispositions about the hardware and what does it mean. So I wanted to sort of explain this in a way that either security folks or app developers would sort of need to take things into consideration when you wanted to deploy your app on a TE and on any of the offerings that you might have been hearing throughout the conference here. So what primarily we'll go through is primarily the two intended audience, which is as an app developer, how does an attestation lifecycle look like? And you'll find many flowcharts of what an attestation flow looks like, from hardware TPM to all the way to what it is. But I'll show an example of a attestation from GCP primarily, because that was the easiest I could get to work without having to contact Azure or others to get things working. The other one is at the end, I'll sort of go through how do you realistically sort of understand a TE's trust model and assumptions, and so that translates as a security person, if you're looking at it like, oh, I can attack something like this, versus an app developer like, okay, I can take this much trust away by deploying it on a TE, but I do have to consider these other mechanisms as well. So quick intro. This does not do TEs justice, but I'll just do a quick intro. Trusted execution environments. You can think of it like extension / a protected region from the processor, and whose whole job is to provide confidentiality, integrity, and one of the most important parts, the attestation. So confidentiality. Only the code inside the TE can read the TE's memory. Neither the hypervisor or, if you know about the ring trust model, ring 0, ring 1, ring 2, even the hypervisor who would be involved in scheduling your VM and other things would not be able to read once it started, and that's the model that they want to go for. Integrity, again, nothing outside some other process, even the CPU hypervisor and the other things cannot modify this, like only within the TE, and that's what they hope. Attestation, this is where app developers and everyone else comes into play, which is you can get to attest very specific and interesting things about your app, the environment you're in, the firmware you want to comply, the many other interesting parts. You'll see an example. Benefits, again, what you get away from running a normal process where there's already segmentation from the CPU versus running in a hypervisor, which is you can remove a lot of the trust away from the hardware manufacturer, like even almost the cloud itself. There's a paper demystifying TDX by IBM Research where they try to take the trust away from, say, GCP, like Google Cloud itself, to sort of help people understand, like, just with pure Intel, you're able to verify a lot of the things. And, it's one of the backbones for modern computing. Almost every cloud vendor offers a version, interesting versions of TEs for workloads. There's a few of them. We're probably going to focus on just TDX. So a attestation, this is an example I'll go through. So 3 main stages you can think of. So measurement, the actual attestation, and the verification. So measurement is when your TE starts up, you have a lot of data points that the CPU measures, like what's the software, what's the firmware, what are you running inside, what's your Docker, what's your environment variables, and and a lot of other things that you can also specify to attest or to measure. So measure is just recording, like you record this in a giant JSON structure, that's what you'll probably mostly see. And they hash it, SHA compute hash, and somebody will sign it, and the usual stuff. The measurement is primarily to make sure that what is running inside a TE is what I measured, and that is one of the core important parts. The CPU measurement and other stuff, it measures like the trusted computing base, what firmware version am I running, what is the software version of the GCP's orchestration layer itself, et cetera, et cetera. So once you have the structure, someone worthy enough, or the trusted computing base in this case, needs to sort of sign it. So there is a key that is, when the hardware is generated, like by Intel or AMD, it is burned into the hardware layer and rooted in CPU, and that signs off. And you might be thinking, oh, if anything can generate a quote, can it sign off, I can spoof it. It's not. This is a rabbit hole if you want to dive into. There's very specific processes which can request a quote. And even the signing process is not, give me the key, I'll sign it. It is, hey, can you sign this for me? And this is my attestation to the fact that I was approved by this trusted process to sign this quote, and I haven't changed it. And that's a very high level thinking of how quotes from the hardware measurement is signed and provided to you in like this JSON structure here. So verification, the third part, is what we all kind of fight about. The verification, you can think, I've come across like mainly two different ways where inter-process TEs, like TE talking to another TE within the same CPU, so to speak, you can get away by not attesting a certain few things to optimize for like TPS or RPS or some of your apps, but you still have the same level of verification because it is the same CPU, and there's some optimizations that people are working on. But the most common one is the generic verification. So if you were given, or if I was given this JSON structure, like this is signed over, et cetera, here's the verification code. Let's start verifying this. So you can see, is the mouse shown? Yeah. No, that's not useful. Can I zoom in? No, okay. Is this visible at all? No, little bit? Okay. ISS issued by Google APIs. Here, the supported attributes is quite interesting. It says latest, usable, and stable. These values mean very specific things in the world of GCP. So latest means latest firmware, that's all I want to do. And if the verification, like a quote comes back and says, this is stable, but not the latest, you as an app developer or in an operator set, so to speak, can reject this operator from joining your entity saying that like you're not running the latest and I don't want this. So that's one thing. Usable is probably the least, where it can tolerate one or two attacks and version bump and stuff like that. So here on the right side top, you'll see containers. Container arguments, how did this Docker start? What are the arguments? Down below, you'll see the environment, like what is this Docker started with what environment? The image digest, the Docker hash, image digest that's publicly referenceable, and the image structures, the layers that you can get, and GCE specific, like Google Cloud specific stuff. And here you can see this is the confidential space, and this is the software version that you're running. So this is this is on the lighter side of a quote. Like a quote can be really, really large depending on what all things you want to verify or add as an app developer. So if you were verifying, say, all the Docker container versions, but you weren't verifying, say, the latest attributes. So if you had only stable or say usable, and there was an attack, Intel patched it, GCP patched it, but one of your operators that were still running an older version or something. Now that's an entry point for them to start, playing around with, and you wouldn't know about this until like you update it to say that you should only use the stable version. So it is a way for Google Compute or Amazon, whatever it is, to sort of specify that these are the versions, this is signed by the hardware that is running it, and you can verify this all the way from the hardware manufacturer, AMD or Intel, because the key that is rooted in the hardware actually is signed off by the Intel PCS or whatever, the certificate authority that they control. Yeah, so that's the JSON structure is what mostly people will use to sort of understand what's happening. The attacks, this is the most recent one that took Twitter by storm and a lot of people screaming, and it was fun to think about this. So I'm not going to go into DRAM interposer and RAM speeds and stuff, but two of the main things that people were fighting about were physical access. So one of the things that is a debated topic, and Intel has taken a very interesting position on this, is physical attack is, according to Intel, not in their threat model, which is interesting. But you need physical access. So if you need to walk into a data center with all the, the measurements and things to sort of get at the chassis that controls, your CPU to try to put all these things there to measure. So physical access is one of the attack vectors, threat models to actually see, like, there are side channels, of course, but the main one is the physical access, and the other part is the components required to perform this attack was just a couple $100, and this wasn't custom sourced or anything. This was off the top, like I think they bought it on eBay or something. So they were able to perform or extract like close to keys and other things, and almost started spoofing, or probably spoofed, for $500, couple plus dollars, and a physical access to this. So this is something that app developers kind of need to take into consideration, that if you want to let anyone run your app and you want to let them in your operator set, so to speak, you need to consider someone doing this. And there's a full description of how to do this, so they will try to do it. Couple other attacks. Wiretap.fail was probably from the same folks. This one was attacking the latest and greatest Intel TDX, AMD Sev, and a couple others. This was attacking SGX primarily. So again, similar attack vectors, which is physical access and a couple $100 that you would need to construct and perform these attacks. So of the two things, physical access is something that everyone's trying to solve in very different ways, all the way from sending TEs to space to very interesting stuff. But this is something that caught some interest from our side, which was proof of cloud, in the sense that CVM, here is confidential VM, would attest to a quote that's something like you saw in the JSON structure, and the TPM also would quote to show that it came from the same machine, and the TPM certificate was issued by one of the vendors that probably you want to allow or whitelist or do something. So you can verify, like, oh, it came from Dell, Supermicro, and Google, whatever, production environments. So you can, and they also go to, like, data center location and things like that. But it's a very interesting way to say that anyone can join, but you will have to run it in a specific cloud, sort of a statement. So it's getting there, and the alternative to this is trustless TEs, and there's a whole research section on that as well. But this is one of the interesting ways that people have been heading towards, to sort of say that, it's a compromise. It's not the best, but we can still do a lot of things and verify, and within reason. The data center is protected by people with guns and a whole thing, and each data center has levels of certification, and I think any of the bigger clouds have level 3 certification. No one's gone to level 4 where it's like autonomous entities like going in, plugging in, and doing stuff. So maybe data centers on Mars will have that, but we'll see. So I just have a couple minutes. So one of the main takeaways when we started this journey was we started with SGX, but we ended up with VMs, full TDX, CVM mode, and that's where a lot of the research is going and a lot of investment from major cloud providers are also going. And the other hard part is, you know, cloud providers aren't really that open to giving out information on which data center, how is it protected, can you tell us your operational procedure? No, they're not going to answer any of those questions. But, you know, it takes a few companies asking like, hey, we want to bring a few $100 million with you. Can you answer these questions? Maybe they will. So we'll see. The other part was hardware root isn't perfect. Those attacks alone show that, you know, it's easy enough to extract and you don't have to do a lot of complex things, especially when it's like listed out. And there are dedicated companies whose whole job is to break TEs. So it will happen. It's just the fact that it's cool, you did it, but can you do it on my machine is the question that everyone wants to answer. And, you know, they're protected in the data center environment. And attestation for all the security folks who would look at or audit like a TE implementation to say that like, yeah, this is cool. The attestation verification and the parts that are verified to the statement that the app developer or the security engineer wants to do is very important to take into consideration. That it's not just enough you just generate this quote and say like it's cool. You need to make sure that you're verifying the right parts and actions are being taken on-chain, off-chain, whatever the app wants to do to have your TE-based app function properly. Those are some of the references. Feel free, and there's been a good amount, the last one, there's been a good amount of effort put into different layers of how an app developer would need to take a TE-based app security consideration and the guarantees that it would make. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had. I can, talk to anyone else about each of those as a rabbit hole. I don't want to dive too deep into. We'll be here all day, but happy to talk to anyone else. But yeah, thanks.
All right. For the next talk, we have Sang Young talking about insecurity through obscurity, veiled vulnerabilities in closed source contracts. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Sen Yang, a PhD student at Yale University, advised by Professor Fan Zhang. So my research interests include DeFi security, consensus security, and many design for decentralized ecosystem. And today, I'm very happy to share about recent study in DeFi security. So this is joint work with Taihua, Avail, and Fan. Yeah. So I believe everyone here is very familiar with the blockchain. So for blockchain, we have layer 1, like Ethereum, Binance, Solana. We also have layer 2, like Arbitrum and the Base. And we have many protocols on top of it, like lending protocols, decentralized exchange, and oracles. Yeah. So with this protocols, we have an ecosystem where users, they can perform activities on top of it. So this is called the DeFi ecosystem, and users can have their DeFi activity on these blockchains. And this creates a new class of perfect sitting behavior called NVV, where the transaction ordering matters. Yeah. And new players come in. So they seed the perfect transaction opportunity from the mempool or from the blockchain state and try to capture the opportunity through their own chain smart contract. So those players are known as MV searchers. Yeah. So their contracts are known as MV bots. Yeah. Okay. So we know that the top MV bots, they are very profitable. They earn a lot from the on-chain activities. So we can see the total arbitrage revenue in a week is more than 2 million. And all of these MV bots, they are total source. We literally know nothing about their business logic, even though we can maybe do some reverse engineering, but still a lot thing hidden behind the contract logic. And maybe we have one question that, yeah, given this contract, they are so profitable, they host lots of assets on their contract. Were they attacked by adversaries before? So if we search some attack against MV bots on Twitter, yes, definitely we have from 2021 to 2024. So we can find at least 3 attacks against MV bots. And there's nothing new on the sun. So every boss, they were exploited by some adversaries and their asset was transferred to another address. But are those attacks from a complete dataset? Of course, no. So otherwise, my talk is over and I have nothing to say. So today, I will talk about new attack vectors, which we call MV phishing attack against MV bots. And then I will analyze what's the security issues and what's the challenge behind the security issues. And last, I will propose our solutions, STANF. Yeah. So first, let me explain the idea of MV phishing attacks. So I think the key idea is, or the key issues is not very hard to understand. So this is existential mechanism. So we know that the computation on blockchain is very expensive. So which means if you want to do a readers permission chat, it's also very expensive on blockchain. Look at this example. So this is a reader's chat against whether a transaction tool is from a Uniswap V3 pool. It will cost about 450 DAS. But if we do something else, we already chat whether the transaction orange is from a specific address. It's only consume about 8 DAS. So as a profit-driven contract or the players, they may consider maybe I can sell my DAS and maybe use the transaction.orange one. So should I use that or will it cause some potential issues? Yes. So when we try to use transaction.orange as essential pattern, everyone will try to bypass these essential patterns. So the idea of MV phishing attack is that how can we be part of the MV supply chain? Yeah. So when a searcher tries to extract MEV from their tomchat, so the MEV subtrend will include many other tomchats like ERC20 tomchat or the swap pool tomchat. So this tomchat is involved in the send transactions, which means if these tomchats are malicious, they already bypass the asset control mechanism. So the next question is that, how can we be part of the MEV supply chain? Yeah. So here, I want to first share some data with you. We analyzed the transaction on Ethereum from July 2021 to April 2025. So we identified at least 104 attacks against MEV bots. Yeah. So the total loss is 2.76 million in total. And the one single largest attack that cost around $600,000 in total. And our further analysis showed that this attack even includes 3 variants. Yeah. So then I will show different MEV phishing attack strategies. And first, so we will analyze the attack strategy, but most important, don't practice attack strategy in practice. And not guarantee you will win or lose or any legal issues. Yeah. So the first, I think, is totem-based MEV phishing attack. This is the, I believe, most traditional one since 2021. So the idea is very easy. The left side is attacker's workflow. So as an attacker, I first deploy a malicious token which have a backdoor within the token. And then I create a pool for the malicious token. So it can be any standard pool like Uniswap v2 or v3. And then the most important step, I create an MEV opportunity. So for example, a swap that significantly changed the pool price. So the MEV searcher, they will identify this MEV opportunity. And they believe, so here is the opportunity for upcharge, so I can do that. The searchers, they start try to extract the MEV. They will invoke the MEV bot. The MEV bot will try to interact with the ERC20 token. So when the ERC20 token is invoked, then the backdoor is triggered. So at that same time, the transaction, the asset control mechanism is already bypassed. So the malicious token, they can explore the vulnerability within the MEV bot tomchat. For example, the arbitrage tool within the MEV bot tomchat, as this tomchat may need to allow to any swap to finish their DeFi activity. Yeah. Then the next one, so the searcher now, they are smart. They will check whether the ERC20 token is standard or not. So in this attack, now the attacker, they doesn't deploy a malicious token. Instead, they use a malicious pool. So in this case, they can use any other standard ERC20 tokens, but they create their own pools and similarly create MEV opportunities for the searchers. And searchers, they are very happy. They only check whether the token is good or not, and they start upcharge. Then the backdoor within the pool is triggered. Yeah. Similarly, the MEV bot will be exploited if there is a vulnerability. Yeah. And the last one I think is most interesting. And in this case, the attackers, they use standard ERC20 tokens and even standard pools, but they found another possible malicious address that based on the new MEV refund systems. So the MEV refund system that brought from me will request that the searcher, if they extract MEV from their system, they need to refund a specific address within the same transaction. So the searchers, they may check whether the pool or the token are legal and standard, but they may forget that the refund address could be a malicious Tomcat address. So they just do the arbitrage, and in the last step, they refund the address, some ETH to the refund address. Then the backdoor within the refund address is triggered, and finally explored NVBot Tomcat. Yeah. So now we know the fact that NVBots, they keep suffering losses. The question is that why do they not use tools to secure their Tomcats? Or in other words, so if they use, what are the challenges to prevent this tool from being useful? Yeah. So we have summarized several key challenges here. So first, the challenge is potential flaw obfuscation. So we know that the smart contract developers or these NV searchers, they may try to involve potential flaw obfuscation to protect their business logic. So it's be harder to be reverse engineered, or they may just try to optimize their DAS usage. And the byproduct of DAS optimization will also be the control flow obfuscation. Yeah. The most important thing is that when the control flow obfuscation is introduced, the most of standard tools, they cannot work. For example, if you use some stat analysis tools, they will think the most code within the Tomcat is not reachable. So they will quickly go through the code and say this Tomcat is not vulnerable, and yeah, then the hidden vulnerabilities will be triggered by other advanced attackers. Second, even if the Tomcat doesn't involve any control flow obfuscation, the Tomcat itself may still be very complex. This NVBot Tomcat, they may integrate many features like flash loans, trading on different DAS, and some other features. So, and analyzing tools, they may time out when we try to explore the many different states. And third, so when we try to write smart Tomcat, we may hard code some data in our Tomcat, and the stat analysis tool or other tools, they may not very accurate when they enter the case that if a parameter is partially controllable, yeah. So they may just think this parameters, they are safe as they are hard-coded, and the adversary cannot control. Yeah. Therefore, to solve these challenges, we propose our solutions based on our observations. Yeah. The first idea is how to deobfuscate the control flow obfuscation. So this is based on our observation. This is very interesting design. EVM specifies that every legal jump destination within the bytecode should be marked with the bytecode jump dest. And with this feature, so we can manually select all legal jump destinations and try to rewrite the instruction to make the control flow explicit. So that's what we do. So the left side is original code. We can see the jump here, it relies on a runtime value from total data, so which means they cannot be decided during the stat analysis. But if we rewrite the Tomcat and we insert some table here, and we can rewrite the indirect jump to a direct jump, and every jump destination now is a stat value on the stat, which can make stat analysis or other analysis feasible. Yeah. The second idea, so we know that the complexity smart contract, they may include many execution paths. So if we do the blind path exploration, it will be very slow for such complex smart contract. This is a well-known issue about the state issue. Yeah. However, we also observe that for smart contract, we know their real-world execution trace. Yeah. The transaction is publicly available on the on the blockchain. So why we just prioritized exploration based on this real-world trace. Yeah. So within the historical transaction available from the smart contract blockchain, we can analyze which execution path is most frequent, and we can try to prioritize our exploration to this path and see if there is a hidden vulnerability within the execution path. So we can guide our symbolic execution based on the historical transaction and try to find if there is a vulnerability within the most frequent execution path. Yeah. So the final idea is to identify all controllable or risky parameters. So here, we plus 10 analysis with 10 analysis to identify all parameters that are controllable. And we also have a collection of the risky parameters. So if a parameter is not controllable but still risky, such as the function selector of transfer, which means the adversary, they can control the parameters and make any specific transfer to another address, is still very dangerous for the contract itself. Yeah. So putting this idea together, we have STANF. The input is smart contract, and if the smart contract is authenticated, we will first deauthenticated it, and then we'll do a historical transaction-driven symbolic execution plus 10 analysis. And we will identify the potential vulnerabilities, and finally, we'll try to automatically generate exploit against it. Yeah. So here, I will quickly go through the our evaluation results. Yeah. So first is about the deauthentication result. So we applied the STANF to the state-of-the-art static analysis tool data house and see the total coverage before and after deauthentication. And we can see after deauthentication, the total coverage is very close to 100, which means that the STANF can effectively recover the tension flow logic and enhancing the efficacy of the existing static analysis tool. Yeah. And second, for vulnerability detection, we compare STANF with the other state-of-the-art symbolic execution tool, and we used the 6,500 MV-balls we collected from different websites, and as a data set, we found that our tool identified the most vulnerabilities and successfully generate around 400 of them. Yeah, we even quantified the potential loss. So if this smart contract was exploited, what would the maximum potential loss will be? And the maximum potential loss will be higher than $10 million. Yeah. So finally, we checked the runtime of each tools, and we can find within the time-stamp budget, STANF can find more vulnerability to others, thanks to the real-world transaction-driven symbolic execution. Yeah. To summarize, in today's talk, I talked about 3 new attack vectors against MV-balls. We summarized at MV phishing attacks, and we analyzed the challenges of analyzing such contract into the authentication complexity and why simple pattern match doesn't help. And we also propose our solutions about deauthentication, historical driven transaction, symbolic execution plus 10 analysis, and the evaluation shows its efficacy in deauthentication and vulnerability detection. Yeah. So we also have a paper on the archive and a small blog post to explain it, and this is my website, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions.
All right. Next one, we have Zug Ian talking to us about governance as an attack vector. Welcome.
Okay, so hello, everyone. Well, I'm Zug. I'm head of research at Blockful. We look at governance security. To some vulnerabilities in DeFi protocols because of their governances, and I'm glad to have the chance to share that with you. I'm head of research in Blockful, where we look at coordination as our main goal. So broad scope of things, that's what's been taking us into governance and into DAOs. And we're basically a big group of gov nerds, where we see over the last few years, we were exploring AI for governance, we were exploring reputation systems for non-plutocratic governance, and, well, being service providers on a few different DAOs, we started finding some of the vulnerabilities that we're going to bring. The idea what we look at is governance security, so beyond code audits. Not only a faulty code can destroy your system, but also anyone playing inside the rules that gets to manipulate the rules for their own profit. One of the nice things that we've been feeling during this time as we're building this is to make those governance systems resilient and trustless. And to see the Trustless Manifesto published recently was a very good nudge that we're working in the right direction and that it makes sense to work towards this defense beyond just centralization. So governance exposes some risks, but it's what allows us to make our systems resilient. So we need to also make governance resilient so those systems can benefit from that part. If you haven't read this article, super recommend you do. Like it's worth one. And the main goal here is to create effective ways to measure the trustlessness of a system in a way that we can standardize. That's how we've been working towards analyzing those risks. And, well, let's jump into it. The goal is to always find an attack before it appears, right? When you're trying to make defense, especially when we're talking on a code level, if it's too late, no way to go back. And the first moment we found that let us start looking into it was the ENS DAO last year. We realized that the delegated supply on ENS DAO was just too small to make sense with the size of their treasury. The voting power was too cheap, the treasury was too big, and we were like, okay, why is no one arbitraging this? Turns out that just because they hadn't realized. ENS was sitting at $120 million without counting their own tokens on the treasury, so that's just ETH and stables. And the total possible voting power at the moment was worth $65 million. The voting power that was actually being used was of about 24. So let's say $25 million, take 120 million home. That's a good arbitrage. I would take it if I didn't care for protecting the DAO also. But not only economically viable attacks are the risk, but also ways that make them cheaper and make those attacks even more profitable. ENS, as one of the examples of the things in ENS DAO that would make this easier, is their governance implementation for voting delays. So whenever a proposal goes to vote, between proposing and start voting, there is a voting delay. That's where you have time to actually discuss the proposal, to actually get more aligned delegates to join this delegation pool and vote. And on ENS, it became quite clear that having a weak governance stack and bad economic conditions is going to make for an easy attack. So we need to look at the weak governance stack, because bad economic conditions just go up and down. We're all in crypto for a while. We know that the bear market just comes tomorrow or next month, and suddenly all your token prices are down, and your stables on the treasury remain the same. Suddenly the arbitrage is worth it. Basically, at this point, we keep monitoring ENS DAO. There's still a very good arbitrage to make, but now with a stack that has a security council in place, a vetoing body composed of different entities that can look at a proposal and say, this is a drain. We're not playing this game. This proposal doesn't go through. So it would just be a waste of cash to try to arbitrage that. There's also a full case of how we solved this, if anyone is interested to look at this one. But this is old news, right? Like DAOs have problems, people don't vote, treasuries get robbed, yeah? But this is how we say things when we're in a normalcy bias perspective, right? Like, oh, it's not going to happen in my DAO. It's not on the stacks that I use. We're just too big to fail. We're safe. And well, we all know how this goes on that story. But on DAO so far, this has led to some problems. And currently, it's on DeFi DAOs also starting to show up as we're analyzing. I bet it's been there for a while, but no one has been really looking too much into governance security. So over Ethereum's time life, we have about $500 million stolen directly inside the rules of a DAO, either by getting the DAOs to buy back your tokens or just transfer the treasury to me. Different strategies, same result. DAO loses money, open source stops getting funded, DeFi pools and incentives get drained, and someone gets really rich hidden somewhere in the world. But in the last 12 months, as we started looking into this, we've already solved the ENS case with the $150 million total loss that we could have had there, and have over the last year since then identified something that is even more worrisome for us, that is attacks on protocols, vulnerabilities on protocols that actually control true governance user funds, right? Like have access to change oracles, to move, not nice things to see while you're researching. And we found up to $4 billion so far at the highest point of the curve for beautiful bull market. It was at a $4 billion exposure total, which is not money we want to lose from our users. Looking at all these attacks, we identified patterns. We're trying to work those in standards. So this is also an invitation for all security nerds to reach out, join. We're talking with the EF on how to push this further, and one of the requirements is for us to work with a broader amount of teams. We cannot be creating standards by ourselves because we might be blindsided in some point. So everyone who wants to look into how do we standardize governance security through a more, we're governance nerds, we need more security nerd perspective in some of our flaws here. It's very welcome to join. But what we came up to with this was a framework for analysis and defense. Based on 4 different verticals, we're looking at economic conditions, token distribution, governance implementation, and activity. Economic conditions is basically, is it profitable, right? Does it cost more than it has in the treasury? Then I'm not going to do it. That goes to also token distribution, that is understanding if the power can even be acquired, like, oh, it costs 10 million to rob 150, but the liquidity is 1 million. So then you have to slowly compound your attack until you're ready, and that's what we want to identify before it happens. The governance implementation, so things that could make it much easier. So can your governor contract be spammed? Can I make 10,000 proposals on mainnet, and now I have to vote for one for it to pass, and delegates have to vote no on 10,000, and let's see how that goes for you to defend. And governance activity. So not only are those tokens available to defend, but are they actually paying attention? Are the investors in the US allowed to cast their votes? Or are they going to have regulatory trouble and let the DAO go down just not to get this trouble? So all of those things matter when we're measuring how we defend those treasuries. Oops, this is repeated. And the challenge here is not only to solve this, because solving this is easy. Put it on a foundation. Let them call the shots. Now they can just veto everything. But you lose a lot of the things that make it worth it doing, right? You lose trustlessness, you lose resiliency. Now you're bound to the laws of the country where that foundation sits. You're bound to incompetence in a centralized entity or corruption, whatever. You all know why we do things in a decentralized manner. And we believe that getting holders to take part is the way here. When we say holders, we're not talking like millions of people in retail. We're talking understanding alignment with stakeholders and investors that if you are holding millions of dollars on a DAO token, that governance is what keeps your assets safe. So, okay, you want to put at the liquidity provider 60% of what you have, but leave 40% at a delegate you see alignment with. Find a security team and hire them to represent you, or get that that voting power you have being useful for the security of the DAO, not just to make a small LP fee that's not really going to move your needle. The thing is, a few in the DAOs today can already make decisions alone. Both ENS and Uniswap need not many delegates of the top ranking to pass things. And right now we're just lucky that those are not abusing their powers. Some of those are centralized exchanges. Some of those are early investors or early contributors. But well, it's still just lucky that they don't change alignments, that they don't move for their own benefit instead of the collective. Beyond that, a lot of power sits on centralized exchanges, and that's how most of the attacks we've mapped came to be. It's basically much harder to identify 10,000 wallets getting $5,000 from like from a few successes, and then getting suddenly everyone delegates and votes and proposes at the same time. And when you see the attack is set, voting power has been counted, there's not enough voting power to counteract, and you're going to sit and watch for the 7 days of the process how we cry about the destruction of the DAO that's been built for years. And even worse than that, in my opinion, is to see delegates that have that delegation, that have an investor, that have a big holder that are behind them saying like, hey, you can represent me, that you can keep the DAO safe, and both on Compound and Uniswap, most of those top delegates don't vote. This is starting to change on Uniswap, curiously, with Duna now being legally compliant, apparently encourages investors to participate. Who would have said? But on Comp specifically, we see Humpy, that's like the Comp attacker. He's been trying for over a year, doing his moves, trying to take power. He's more active than most of the other delegates, and that's just absurd in my perspective. Those conditions together, we've been calling it the quorum crisis. The quorum crisis is an absurd lack of participation in DAOs that makes, although the market cap is bigger than the treasury, the active market cap is just, can be ignored. And they leave us exposed. And if we're exposed, we have to assume Lazarus knows. Those types of attacks, they've only they've taken $500 million. Wow, okay, I find a lot of money, but compared to scale of attacks over all time, that's not that much. But if this becomes a pattern, on our research has been pointing so many of those different DAOs exposed, it could be like a serial thing if we find if more qualified actors get to play. So we have to see the risk before the problem. Just like we saw it on ENS, we're now seeing it on Compound. Compound faces a very similar situation of what we were talking before, but in an even worse position. While the treasury is big and delegated supply and active supply are small, not only that is going on, but Compound, different from ENS, has a governance that has access to the protocol itself. The commits are owned and commanded by the governor. So that means that the capture here is not only draining 150 million, this could touch way more money, not only the treasury DAO money, but my money, your money. That is another level of an issue. And it's been fought against. There are people in Compound DAO trying to call that attention, trying to make that move to change that. But at the same time, we still see that Humpy, the leader of the adversarial coalition, the red teamer here, he has more voting power right now than the average turnout. So recently he was able to block by himself, we say by himself, I don't know what are those wallets, but let's say it's this coalition of Humpy. He's been able to block a proposal to fund the Guardian Council, the guys that have veto power. So if he attacks, now the guys that have to veto him, they just didn't get the funding because he said no. And this council has to be renewed next year. And maybe he can say no again. This is his public power. We don't know how much he holds in any centralized exchange. We don't know what addresses that are laying dormant are also theirs. We are still to find that. And if any of you is Humpy, please let's chat. We saw that last year in one of the attacks that happened there. We mapped that, saw what was going on. In the end, he passed the proposal and accepted a new product from the DAO to cancel it himself. He could have taken over, and he didn't. So this is a complex actor to understand. But the opening is still there, and we don't deal with trust. We deal with making guarantees that our systems work and are not capturable out of thin air. So we have to assume that Lazarus knows, Lazarus being a generalistic attacker symbol here, but is an attacker that is well-funded, that is creative, that's smart, and that knows that we are all normalcy biased. No, nothing's going to happen. We're all safe. We literally get in touch with DAOs and say, like, hey, guys, you are at risk. And they look at us and say, nah, we're fine. Believe us, like, we got some defenses you haven't seen. And I hope they do. But I find that it's more more of an ego and overconfidence thing than anything else. The thing is, it's not only getting that 51% supply, there's many other ways to make it cheaper. So even if you're at 1-to-1, well, let me drain it, lose money out of the drain compared to my costs, but then I'll short the drop and I'll have borrowed something. Like, you can start compiling mechanisms and even like in an unfavorable condition, still profit on top of an attack like this. And if we assume that Lazarus knows, it means that we have to know too. And knowing ahead of time is what we've been trying to make possible. We've been trying to put up solutions with some of the DAOs that we are working with. This work has been mostly funded by Uniswap Foundation and ENS DAO to try to start making ways for people to know. Those things I'm going to show are all public and free to use. If you're interested in keeping an eye on that, feel free to go for it. The first one is a system to evaluate economic and systemic risks. So we have security stages, risk areas, and we're mapping that on a dashboard that we're indexing the data ourselves so we don't have to trust anyone on the way. Oopsie, this is buggy. Notification system, so you can keep track of different changes in voting power, keeping track of your delegate if they're not voting, because we see that delegates that are inactive are one of the main issues, but also the people that keep their delegation with people who are inactive. So just making sure people know when they can change it. And designing new incentive systems so we can bring holders to care on governance again, to delegate again. We know it's kind of unfair to ask people to say like, hey, leave your money here, not making any profit, so we can keep this thing safe. So there are ways that should be explored around how we can incentivize this type of action. Basically, it's dangerous out there in governance. The idea is to make this anti-capture framework so we can all apply it on different spaces. Again, this is an invitation to join and collaborate. We're really looking forward to expand this now beyond the models we look. We want to be able to look at Lido, Aave, and Sky, that are the three main ones that we are not being able to cover because of the changes of models. We want to make something that is standardized and can be replicated. So it's taking our time to get to there, but we're already mapping Compound and Uniswap mostly, and TVL. Those are the ones that matter the most that we're looking. Basically, yeah, we're looking at a few DAOs in a few different ways with the goal of making it legible and making things that you need to look in a contract easier to see and track, and finding the risks before they're critical, saying like how, for example, if there's a big change on how the money from the supply on centralized exchanges drops a lot and delegated supply goes up fast, that is a good signal you should pay attention to what the fuck's happening. That's it. Governance was never easy. And quoting from the Trustless Manifesto, we choose to build trustless systems even when it's harder. We hope other people do too. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Zug. And for the last talk of the evening, we have Ray Orlev talking to us about when one dependency breaks everything, securing the Web3 toolchain. Welcome.
Something else? I'm going to click it. Okay. Let me just. Okay. Do you know how I switch it to presentation mode?
an HDMI on the other side.
I don't know if you can deal with the table then.
You can put it on the floor.
Yeah, or sideways. Okay, and you need to
Where is
go
it?
to display.
Yeah, do you know where? I also shared the link if you want on your computer, it's fine. It doesn't recognize it.
No. It should appear right there, right?
Yeah. Do you have another computer? I sent the link in advance.
We do have your presentation already.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay.
You can play this so I can. Can you have him put this in so I can control?
Yes, you also have this one if you
Oh,
want.
sure.
It's already work. I don't know if your pointer will work on all that distance. And between that, this goes forward, this goes back.
Perfect. Oh, and does it laser?
It's very weak for some reason.
I'll use more. Okay. I'll do my own timer. Perfect, we can begin. Hi, everybody. So, as I mentioned, my name is Ray. I'm one of the team leads and a security researcher in Certora. Today, we're going to talk about when one dependency breaks everything. Basically, I'll show some examples, real-world examples, things that we found in the wild, things that we saw other researchers find, where your system, no matter how well audited, how well secured, you invested a lot of resources to make sure that it's perfect. But because you're relying on some assumptions and relying on some other code that you haven't developed and audited yourself, you introduce weak points to your system. It seems like you have either the wrong link or you're showing the hidden slides. This is the previous version. I mean, it's fine, but if you can. It's a shared link, so it should have updated. We could do this, but it just has bad graphics. Could you see 1 minute if you can fix it while I... So we're going to talk while they see if they can figure it out. We're going to show a few different examples which show how the supply chain attacks come in various forms. One of the forms is going to be where you're using a package, you include some functionality that has been well audited, but the way that you're using it isn't trivial and it's a bit more robust to what you need, which introduces bugs. I think, guys, if you can't figure it out, we'll just continue with this. Okay. So some of the graphics might be a bit messed up. I'm sorry in advance, but it'll be fine. So this is me. So supply chain in the context of Web3 is when you rely on other packages to develop your code, when you rely on extensions for your VS Code, things like that. Anything that helps you to develop your final protocol is what we call supply chain. So the first example that we're going to talk about is a pretty old bug that was uncovered, which is in a package called time lock controller. The core purpose of that package is pretty simple. You want to have a functionality which allows you to do some sort of time lock on some operations in your code. So you want to schedule some sort of call or function or configuration change, and you want to give some users of the system the ability to react. So the bug that was there was that the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to schedule the transactions that you want to do, give some sort of some sort of delay, schedule delay, for other actors to respond, to challenge, things like that. And then once that time has passed, you can execute. An executor can execute. The vulnerability itself was that in the batch execute, the actual check that the call is scheduled was after the call itself. Right? So you might be saying, Okay, sure, but what does that change anything? This contract was self-governing. So the initial role of this contract was admin role. So what an attacker did was he did a batch of multiple different transactions. The first thing he did was he set the schedule delay to 0. Right? So now he can schedule for the same block as the execution. The second thing he did was basically make the attacker the admin of this core protocol, allowing them admin privileges to your code, to your protocol. And the third thing he did is he scheduled, after executing the first two, he actually added it to the scheduled transaction. So when the check at the bottom actually checked whether or not this was a valid thing to execute, it was after it's already been inserted. And because he can change the delay to 0, it's valid, right? It's the same block that was scheduled. That's fine. This is frightening, right? This is a few years ago. I think the researcher, the white hat who showed it, was paid like $25,000. I think probably should have gotten more, but yeah. So let's go to the. Yeah, I was wondering what happened. Perfect, yeah, this is the nicer graphics. Thank you. Okay, so this is a case where you truly just have to be paranoid, right? This is code that is well documented, right? It has been audited. You can argue that it's not your fault, right? It's if you can't trust anybody, what you can do. I argue is always be paranoid, right? Always assume that if that the bug can be hidden anywhere possible. If you're getting audited, don't throw the scent of your auditors. One of the worst things you can do is you can tell them, oh yeah, don't look at this, right? It's completely out of scope. Obviously, you want to direct them into the areas that are interesting. But if you're telling a researcher that something is out of scope, he is blanking on it. Whereas if you don't say anything, he might investigate, and a bug is a bug. It doesn't matter where it is, right? Okay, let's go a different route, right? Another package which was used very reasonably. This time the package doesn't have the bug in it, but in the way it was used. So this is a roles package. I think this is also from a major developer, but again, this is not like a thing against them specifically. This is just examples that we saw in the wild, right? So the way it's supposed to be used is you grant some sort of privileged roles to some actors, some addresses, some smart contracts, things like allocators, admins, some sort of executor, pauser, some sort of roles which gives you extra benefits. And then whenever you have a privileged action, you can check if that role or subset of role is actually active. And you usually do it through a modifier, but obviously you can do it through other things. Seems really reasonable, right? I'm sure your protocols or protocols that you've audited, you saw a pattern like this or even this exactly. So again, right, it's harmless, it's well audited, it's out of scope, but we had a scenario where we saw that a developer already had this functionality and they thought, okay, we have it, let's expand on it. Let's use it for the banned role, right? An actor who's done something that is against the protocol. So they're supposed to be banned and they lose the funds because they can't access them anymore. So this might seem reasonable, right? You might say, okay, yeah, sure. What are you going to say? How is this bad? Now, if we go up a little bit, right? There's a small note that I put here, which is, it's a bit documented, but not super well. This is supposed to be privileged role. So the idea when this library was developed is you only do it for privileged roles. And as you can imagine, an admin, or in this case, maybe not, well, some versions don't allow for admins themselves, but you can always revoke your privilege. So the banned user just revoke being banned, which is obviously not ideal. Now this, if you're getting audited, this is like 3-5 inheritance down the line, right? Your auditors are going to have to work hard to find this. So, right, the best way to get around that is to basically, if you're incorporating code that you haven't wrote, invest the time to research what it's doing, right? And document it somewhere for yourself, not to help any other researcher, not to help any other auditors, just for you to know what you're doing so you don't have those mistakes if your developers change things like that. Right. The next one is relatively new. I had something older. And then a month ago, Glassworm was uncovered. So I'm not sure how well you guys know that. So Glassworm is a VS Code extension worm. So what it does is it's a malicious extension for your VS Code. So you can imagine something like, maybe it does like a pretty font for some things, right? Maybe it gives you some AI capability, right? You can imagine how you might have in your computer right now some extensions which you're not sure why you download them. Maybe you got like Ethereum and you saw like 6 different ones and you just said, I'll get all of them, right? I'm not sure exactly which language package gives me the best functionality, right? So one of them had the malicious code in it, and they did a few unique things there. One of them is the malicious part of the extension was developed in unprintable Unicode, right? So your VS Code browser, your Notepad, your terminal, whatever you try to, if you go the extra mile to see what it's doing, it will show you just characters that look like spaces. It will be nothing. You won't be able to work with it if you have some sort of client that's supposed to trigger if there's something malicious. It won't know how to handle it. So this was innovative, but not that much. Like we've seen that before, maybe not in Web3 extension context, but it's pretty well known that if you're doing payloads like that, you can hide them. It takes a little bit more work, but usually that's not the hard part. The big thing, the thing that they actually did, which was unique, and it's the first thing we saw, the command and control center was on chain. So this is a bit of lingo of like, well, hacking in general, but command and control is how you tell a computer that you already have malicious code running on it, how you tell them to download a different payload, usually a bigger payload with more capabilities, or this one I think stole like 50 different wallets. They have integration for their keys. And another thing that they had, not on the original small payload in the extension, but on the bigger one that you download later, is it actually checks if you're developing on a GitHub account extensions yourself, and it inserts the original payload into the extensions that you're developing. So this was uncovered like a month ago. I think I got the first researcher who reported on it. I'll show you a link in a moment. But all this, how to download the bigger payload, how to control your computer is done on chain. And you can look at those transactions where they say, okay, now download this payload, now do this. Scary stuff. You can scan this. As far as I can tell, he was the first guy, at least that I saw that reported on it. Maybe somebody else did it first. He has a better article than what I'm summarizing here. I'll give a moment to anybody who wants to take a photo. You can also search Glassworm on Google. Very interesting. Okay, so we saw an example of just code that had bug in it. Really hard, you have to be paranoid. We saw an example of a code that is okay, but you used it incorrectly. And now we see that even your IDE could be malicious, right? So all is lost, right? Yeah. So there is no security, and what can we do, right? There's so much that we can do. Maybe we'll work through pen and paper in an isolated cave. It will be more secure, but let's think about actual things that we can do in order to make it a bit more secure. I'll be honest, it was extremely hard to find 4 words that start in the same letter, and so I did 3. So these are actual things that you can do and you can recommend if you're doing audits, and you can implement that would definitely solve the things that we mentioned until now, but will generally make your supply chain, your packages that you're using, the debugging of your code, maintaining it, all that stuff faster. And hopefully I managed to show you that it won't take a lot of time because we don't want to do stuff that's wasting our time. So we have document, deflate, delve, and document again. Looks good, right? So document, right? If you're using a piece of code that you haven't developed yourself, obviously, I recommend it for code that you're developing yourself, but this is not the point of this talk specifically. Why you're using it, which version are you using, right? What sort of constraint caused you to actually work with it? How are you using it? Do you do something that hasn't been strictly the use case of it? Do you expand? Do you add functionality? What is your cost if you stop using it? Can you develop your own code? Can you change the design to avoid it? right? This is not just for packages that you include in your protocol. This can be also for VS Code extension, maybe operating system, right? If you're using some weird random build of Linux that has a lot of like cool agentic AI stuff, right? Would it really cost you to move to something with less bloat? Maybe, I don't know. So next up, deflate. This is how we trim the fat, okay? It's so easy to try new things, and we all are exploratory. You want to make sure our process is as good as possible, I understand. But specifically when you're developing protocol that's going to hold hundreds of millions LTV, this is core things. Minimal is best, okay? Treat it like a classified Army top secret project, okay? Take the minimum things that you need and try to treat everything as potentially malicious, right? If something can be removed, a VS extension that you don't know what it's doing, remove all the extensions, start from fresh. Download just the one that you need. Maybe don't use VS Code, use Notepad++. That's a joke. If you can't remove something, reduce its functionality. What do I mean? Don't develop the wheel from scratch. But if you need a tool that does 100 million things, maybe it's a parser that can do, this is not strictly Web3, right? But it's a parser that parses images and videos and every format in the world, and you only need it for PDFs. Just remove everything that's not PDF. Reduce the attack surface. If you can't reduce, you might want to develop yourself. Obviously, there's cost in developing. Ask yourself, if I can't augment, if I can't change what the thing that I want to use is doing, can I develop myself something more lean, more minimal, that does the only thing I'm doing and nothing else? If you can't develop, be suspicious, right? I had a session with a client, and we basically had a week where we investigated all the services that are running on their development VM machine. And we went a bit overboard. I'm not saying go that far, although you might want to, but be suspicious of anything that you don't know why it's there, how it's used. If you're an auditor, if you're research inclined, get Wireshark, whatever, see if anything is calling out. Just be suspicious. Delve. If you're using a piece of code that you want to add, right, or an extension, put some time aside to delve into it, right? Internal research, figure out what it's doing, right? Internal audit, see if that's something that's needed, if there's other things on the market that is better, right? External audits, right? If it's super critical, have somebody else look at it. Somebody whose profession is to make sure that you're not losing money. If you can't understand something, don't use it. Don't use it. If something is so complicated that you can't figure out, this is not like developing like Android and there's so many subsystems and so many things and oh no, what can we do? No, this is Web3. So far, it might not always be this way, but a lot of the things are simpler. A lot of the ecosystems are simpler. You can conceivably understand your own protocol. And if you can't, try to see if there's any version of it which you can understand. Right? Okay, right? So why did I say document twice? I don't want, like the worst, not the worst, but I don't want you guys to get out of this lecture, go to your teams, your firms, whatever, and just say, remove everything. Delete everything. Uninstall VS Code, uninstall, remove all the includes. Not because it's not secure, but before you do that, write down what has been deployed. Write down what was already used in your system. Before you remove some sort of service from your deployment machine, write down what it was, what version it was. Trust me, when somebody is going to post on Twitter that version 4.3 of some random package has been exploited, right? It will be so much easier for you to look at that document and see, oh, we used 4.3 when we deployed this protocol that is live for the last 3 years, right? Before you go ham and you tell your product managers or whatever, we heard Ray, he gave the best presentation in the event, we have to remove everything. write it down somewhere, right? I recommend in some sort of markdown file on a GitHub, something that is text. Don't use like some sort of proprietary sort of Slack Notion thing that in 3 years might be removed and nobody's going to know what the document is. Take a while to ask yourself what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, which version am I using, so that if there is some sort of worst case scenario, you have a quick lookup that you can check and see, have I been wrecked? So we talked about document delve, deflate document. Conclusion, right? Supply chain in most ecosystems is one of the hardest things to audit and to maintain, right? If you think building a car, right, they have to take into consideration where every component was built, right? I audited Intel code for a few years, and we had to come up with a solution that if you have a factory in China that produces a specific chip, how do you secure that the bits on that chip are encrypted so that the workers in the factory can't leak that information out? Thankfully, we're not there. Right? It's not impossible. That's something that you can do. That's something that can elevate your auditing. It's something that can elevate your code so that you won't be wrecked, so you can help secure DeFi, and so that we all have just generally a better time. Not everything is lost. Web3 is a great place to be in. Make sure that your tool chain is good. Thank you very much.
And that's a wrap for today. Thank you, everyone.